हो जाएगा तभी यहाँ पे होगा।
हाँ समझ गया। यहाँ कोई आ जाएगा सामने, पता है मैं बताऊँ जब ये शॉट आएगा यहाँ पीछे चला रहा होगा ना, यहाँ खड़ा हो जाएगा। आज इसका अपने दिखा देगा। ठीक 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 है।
What a pleasant morning indeed. From the towering icy peaks of the northern mountains to the sun-washed beaches of the southern coast, from the Arabian Sea in the west to the Bay of Bengal in the east, India's dramatic terrain is breathtaking. Welcome to the land of rich culture and heritage, a land of remarkable diversity and excellent culinary India. Namaskar, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, distinguished delegates, all the dean, directors of various faculty, participants, colleagues, and students to the land of Lucknowi culture, Lucknow. For the first International Literary Conference, The Cultures of New India, and 11 countries meet to discuss the incredible New India Day 2. Before we proceed to a fabulous day, let's recapitulate the events of Day 1. The day began with a keynote address by Professor Janet Wilson from University of Northampton, UK, followed by yet another keynote address by Dr. Claire Chambers from University of York, UK. The keynotes were then followed by 14 parallel sessions. Wow, what an overwhelming response to our first International Literary Conference. The day winded up by yet another interesting keynote address by Professor Veronica Thompson from Athabasca University, Canada, with chairpersons being Dr. Claire Chambers and Professor S.K. Sharma from University of Allahabad. Lucknow is known as the city of tehzeeb, of etiquette, of nazakat and nafazat, where language finds its origin from Urdu, where people are always in a hurry, the unique custom of outstanding. I once again extend a very warm and cheerful welcome to the first International Literary Conference organized by Sri Ram Sarup Memorial University in association with University of Rome, Italy and Monash University, Australia. Our relationship with light is as old as our beginning. We have always been drawn towards the light. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes auspiciousness, prosperity, and abundance. Light brings brightness, and in doing so, it dispels darkness, and we begin to see things more clearly. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhan sampada shatru buddhi vinashaye deep jyoti namastute, which means, I salute the Supreme, who is the light in the lamp that brings auspiciousness, prosperity, good health, abundance of wealth, and destruction of the intellect's enemy. I now request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Dr. Tabish Khair, our respected Chancellor Sir, Pro-Chancellor Ma'am, Vice Chancellor Sir, along with Registrar Sir and Director Inch to come forward for the traditional custom of lighting of the lamp ceremony. Knowledge removes ignorance, just as light dispels darkness. The brilliance of the light does not diminish despite its repeated use to light more lamps. Similarly, knowledge does not lessen when shared with others. Instead, increases clarity and conviction on giving. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Dr. Tabish Khair, respected Chancellor Sir, Pro-Chancellor Ma'am, Vice Chancellor Sir, along with Director Inch to grace the stage. With the motto, chase realities, dream will follow, two brilliant, far-sighted IIT gold medalists, namely Mr. Pankaj Agarwal and Mrs. Pooja Agarwal, established Sri Ram Sarup Memorial University in the year 2012 to impart world-class education. With highly qualified and competent faculty members, courses are designed to facilitate the best of learning and holistic development. It has now become one of the fastest growing universities of India. Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, Chancellor, Sri Ram Sarup Memorial University, is a qualified civil engineer from IIT Kanpur. Young and idealistic Mr. Agarwal worked tirelessly for the cause of world-class education. Mr. Agarwal has won several awards. To name a few, Young Entrepreneur Award and Edupreneur Award. Recently, the Times of India Group awarded Mr. Agarwal for excellence in education. These awards in themselves speak volumes about his caliber. Under his able guidance and leadership, Sri Ram Sarup Memorial University will surely reach the pinnacle of success. Mrs. Pooja Agarwal, Pro-Chancellor, Sri Ram Sarup Memorial University, is also a qualified civil engineer from IIT Kanpur. Mrs. Agarwal, a visionary and educationalist, along with her husband, Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, set up Sri Ram Saroop Memorial University to usher global standards in higher education. Endowed with a multifaceted personality, Mrs. Pooja Agarwal also has numerous awards to her credit. She was awarded as Women Achiever by Lucknow Management Association and HD Woman Achiever Reader's Choice Award, to name a few. Writing poems, painting, and social work are some of the other shades of this personality. The university is sure to flourish under her astute and benevolent guidance. Highly experienced and qualified Professor Dr. A.K. Singh is the Vice Chancellor, Sri Ram Saroop Memorial University. An engineering graduate with management degree and PhD, Professor Singh served the Indian Army for 3 decades. Colonel A.K. Singh took part in several operations, namely the India Peacekeeping Force 1987, Operation Kargil 1999, and the massive build-up of the Indian Army during Operation Parakram 2001-2002. Undoubtedly, his administrative qualities and expertise will take the university on the path of rapid growth. We also have with us Dr. B.M. Dikshit, the Director of Institute of Natural Sciences and Humanities. He is the one who's laid the foundation and has been a constant support to our administrators in establishing this university. I now request our respected Chancellor, sir, to address this august gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Dr. Tabish Khair, delegates on the dais, delegates who have come from all over the country, all over the world, and people from Ram Saroop family. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the second day of this first international conference on cultures of New India. I was just discussing with Dr. Shashi Tharoor that throughout our life, 42 years of our age, right from the beginning, we've been science students, so all the time it was being told to us that this cultures, history, literature, this won't take you very far off. And all the time it was told to us that science is the thing, everything lies with mathematics, physics, chemistry. But after a journey of 42 years today, when we stand here, I understand that these are just application part. Science is just an application. When we started the courses of PhD, the research in the university, which was the primary work of a university, research and development, there also we emphasized that the first thing which came up, if you go back in history, the first scientists in history were all thinkers. They were all philosophers. So there also it explains the most important thing in life is the thought process. First a thought has to come in, and then only science, maths, anything, it follows, and then it explains those things. So today, I don't know where the shortcoming was or how well the education system took us this far off, but I feel the most important things of life is to understand each other, to understand the cultures of the world, the food of the world. To just to understand each other is the most important thing in this world. And I'm very happy, and I must congratulate the department that they have come up with this idea of coming up with this kind of conference where we are discussing cultures of New India. And they could not have been a better person than Dr. Shashi Tharoor to be the chief guest of this conference. Sir, I must share with you that for us, within a very short span of time, it's been a kind of a roller coaster ride. And what we are trying to do in this most populous state of our country, Uttar Pradesh, which would have been, the 7th largest country of the world, is to get the best professionals, the best human beings out of our institution. We've always emphasized that, first of all, it doesn't matter, how good you are in your subjects, but first of all, you have to be a good human being, a person who is actually contributing positively towards the society. Because now it's also understood that unless and until, the place where we stay, our society, the whole world, it's like one big family, and unless and until there is peace, there's harmony among each other, individually we cannot go further. So this is one thing we've been trying to inculcate within our students, and we always told our students that to remain happy in life, because when you're happy, when you're enjoying what you're doing, your efficiency goes up. So science alone would not take them to their destination. Again, I would congratulate the Department of Humanities to conduct this conference, and I hope them all the best. And thank you so much, sir, for coming and gracing this occasion. You have made us all, very, very proud to be that you're there with us. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and insightful words. It's a privilege to have with us the who's who of the academic industry. We have with us a very distinguished, honorable, dignified author, politician, columnist, and an extremely eloquent orator, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, as a chief guest. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is not only a very well-known persona in the political arena, but also a very renowned academician. Our chief guest is an award-winning author, and his works include both fiction and non-fiction. Till date, a series of 16 books have been penned by our chief guest. Dr. Shashi Tharoor has been a recipient of Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, which is India's highest honor for overseas nationals. Dr. Tharoor is said to have paved the path for using social media as a tool of political interaction. The huge popularity of this extraordinarily charismatic personality can be estimated by the number of followers that he has on his social media handle, which is 4.5 million, which gives our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, a tough competition. Sir, it's our honor to have you with us. Heartfelt thanks for sparing your precious and valuable time to grace our first international literary conference with your benign presence. Thank you, sir. In keeping with the Indian culture and tradition, I now invite respected Chancellor, sir, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, with the Angvastram. Thank you, sir. Dr. Tharoor, we would be highly obliged to have you at the podium, please.
Chancellor Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, Pro-Chancellor Mrs. Pooja Agarwal, Vice Chancellor Professor A.K. Singh, Professor B.M. Dikshit, and my good friend and wonderful writer Tabish Khair, distinguished delegates to the conference, students, friends. It really is a pleasure to see you all here this morning. It is indeed, as our lady hostess said, a very, very lovely morning here today. I happen to have got off to a slightly mortifying start, not merely because we are late, for which I certainly have a large share of the blame, and I apologize, but also because before coming up to the podium, we had this very interesting conversation with the distinguished leaders on the podium behind me. And I was telling them about an Oxford University study that was published last year that talked about how a startlingly high percentage of the world's terrorists are actually engineers. From Osama bin Laden to the fellows involved in the World Trade Center bombing and all sorts of things, I said, look, the problem with engineering and many of the sciences is they teach absolutes. You do this and that and you get this reaction, and that's an absolute. There's no ifs or buts or grays, or it's all black and white and clear, and the world is seen in absolute binary terms. And that kind of education predisposes people to thinking also in absolute terms about other things in life. Whereas I said the study of the humanities would actually open you up to the complexities of human life and experience, open you up to other people's ways of thinking, other forms of thought, and thereby enable you to actually survive better in the 21st century world with all its complexity and nuance by comparison with the kind of engineering or science education that our parents insist our children undergo. So I said all this and they all agreed, and we came up to the podium, and then during the introduction I discovered all three of them are engineers. So you can imagine I'm in complete disgrace now. They're never going to call me back to this university. But anyway, it's nonetheless to their credit that despite the Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor all being engineers, they have hosted a conference here on India's assorted cultures. And I think that's a very healthy sign, because it actually is a reminder to everybody who values what has now become the conventional form of education, that indeed in our country the study of the humanities has its place, and that there is no substitute for a liberal education. I won't go on about it because I know my friend Tabish is going to actually address this issue in his presentation later. So I'd let him articulate it as a writer. My topic is slightly beyond the scope of the conference. I'm a bit embarrassed by it. But I think it's probably because you have enough writers and literature scholars and others talking about aspects of culture in the literal sense. I've been given a slightly broader task, which is to talk about, if you like, an important aspect of culture in India, which is our political culture. And that is in the shape of addressing the question of Nehruji's relevance in India today. Because you know that four men embodied the vision of free India in the 1940s leading up to and beyond independence: Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and Bhimrao Ambedkar. Gandhiji's moral rectitude, allied to Nehru's political passion, fashioned both the strategy and the tactics against British rule. Sardar Patel's firm hand on the administration integrated the nation and established peace and stability. Ambedkar's erudition and legal acumen helped translate the dreams of a generation into a working legal document, the Constitution, that laid the foundations of our enduring democracy. And while the world was disintegrating into fascism, violence, and war, Gandhi taught the virtues of truth, nonviolence, and peace. While the nation reeled from bloodshed and communal carnage, Ambedkar preached the values of constitutionalism and rule of law. While parochial ambitions threatened national unity, Patel led the nation to a vision of unity and common purpose. While mobs marched in the streets baying for revenge, Nehru's humane and non-sectarian vision inspired India to yearn again for the glory that had once been hers. Of the four, I think one can argue that Gandhi and Nehru stood out. Despite differences over both tactics, Nehru wanted independence immediately, whereas Gandhi believed that Indians had to be made ready for their own freedom, and differences over philosophy, because the agnostic Nehru had little patience for the Mahatma's spirituality. The two men proved a formidable combination. Gandhiji guided Nehru to his political pinnacle. Nehru, in turn, proved an inspirational campaigner as president of the Indian National Congress, electrifying the nation with his speeches and his tireless travel. Upon the Mahatma's assassination in 1948, just 5 months after independence, Nehru, as the country's first prime minister, became the keeper of the national flame, the most visible embodiment of India's struggle for freedom. Gandhi's death could have led Nehru to assume untrammeled power. Instead, he spent a lifetime immersed in the democratic values Ambedkar had codified, trying to instill the habits of democracy in his people: a disdain for dictators, a respect for parliamentary procedures, and abiding faith in the constitutional system. Till the end of the decade of the 40s, his staunch ally Patel provided the firm hand on the tiller without which India might yet have split asunder. But then, as we know, Sardar Patel also passed away in 1950, and Nehru was pretty much left alone. So for the first 17 years of India's independence, the paradox-ridden Nehru, a moody, idealist intellectual who felt an almost mystical empathy with the toiling peasant masses, an aristocrat accustomed to privilege who had passionate socialist convictions, an anglicized product of Harrow and Cambridge who spent over 10 years in British jails, an agnostic radical who became an unlikely protege of the saintly Mahatma Gandhi. This Nehru was India. Incorruptible, visionary, ecumenical, a politician above politics, Nehru's stature was so great that the country he led seemed inconceivable without him. A year before his death, a leading American journalist, Wells Hangen, published a book entitled "After Nehru Who?" The unspoken question around the world was, after Nehru, what? Today, more than 5 decades after his death, we have something of an answer to the latter question. As in India, still seemingly clad in many of the trappings of Nehruvianism, steps out into the 21st century, a good deal of Jawaharlal Nehru's legacy appears intact, and yet is hotly contested. India has moved away from many of Nehru's beliefs, and so in different ways as the rest of the developing world for which Nehruvianism once spoke. As India completes its 7th decade of independence from the British Raj, a transformation still incomplete has taken place that in its essentials has changed the basic Nehruvian assumptions of post-colonial nationhood. Nehruji himself, as a man with an open and questioning mind, would have allowed his practical thinking to evolve with the times, even while remaining anchored to his core beliefs. So have we in his party. That's why I undertook my 2003 biography, Nehru, the Invention of India. I sought to examine this great figure of 20th century nationalism from the vantage point of the beginning of the 21st. Jawaharlal Nehru's life is a fascinating story in its own right, and I tried to tell it whole, because the privileged child, the unremarkable youth, the posturing young nationalist, and the heroic fighter for independence are all inextricable, thank you very much, from the unchallengeable Prime Minister and the peerless global statesman. At the same time, I sought to analyze critically the principal pillars of Nehru's legacy to India: democratic institution building, staunch pan-Indian secularism, socialist economics at home, and a foreign policy of non-alignment, all of which were integral to a vision of Indianness that is fundamentally challenged today. How did Nehru construct these 4 pillars, and what do they mean today? First, democracy. It was by no means axiomatic that a country like India, riven by so many internal differences and divisions and diversities, beset by acute poverty and torn apart by the violence of partition, would be or could remain democratic. Many developing countries found themselves turning in the opposite direction soon after independence, arguing that a firm hand was necessary to promote national unity and guide development. With Gandhi's death, Nehru could very well have assumed unlimited powers within the country. And yet he himself was such a convinced democrat, profoundly wary of the risks of autocracy, that at the crest of his rise, he authored an anonymous article warning Indians of the dangers of giving dictatorial temptations to Jawaharlal Nehru. It's an article he wrote in the Modern Review in 1938. He just had huge success campaigning for the party in the victorious elections of 1937, and he had all these millions of people applauding him in rallies and big crowds, and he wrote an article attacking himself. He must be checked, he wrote of himself. We want no Caesars. And indeed, his practice when challenged later, of course, when it was found out that he had written the article himself, he laughed it off, but the fact is that it was a very revealing gesture on his part. And his practice later, after he became Prime Minister, his practice when challenged within his own party was to offer his resignation. Yes, he usually got his way, but it was hardly the instinct of a Caesar. As Prime Minister, Nehru carefully nurtured the country's infant democratic institutions. He paid deference to the country's ceremonial presidency and even to the largely irrelevant vice presidency. He never let the public forget that these notables outranked him in protocol terms. He wrote regular letters to the chief ministers of all the states, explaining his policies and seeking their feedback. He subjected himself and his government to cross-examination in Parliament by the small, fractious, but undoubtedly talented opposition, allowing them an importance out of all proportion to their numbers, because he was convinced that a strong opposition was essential for a healthy democracy. He took care not to interfere with the judicial system. On the one occasion that he publicly criticized a judge, he was a hot-tempered man, he would sometimes say things at press conferences that he would later regret, and he said something intemperate about a judge. He apologized the next day and wrote an abject letter to the Chief Justice, regretting having slighted the judiciary. And that letter was made public. So the idea was to convey to the public, I have no right. I may be the most powerful man in India, but I have no right to criticize a judge. It's not my place. I'm in the executive, he's the judiciary, and I have to respect the judiciary. It's my sworn duty to respect it, and therefore I will apologize. I mean, that signal. Remember, this is an infant fledgling democracy after 200 years of colonial oppression. Very, very important that he conveyed these messages. And he never forgot that he derived his authority from the people of India. Not only was he astonishingly accessible for a person in his position, but he started the practice of offering a daily darshan at home for an hour each morning to anyone coming in off the street without an appointment, a practice that continued until the dictates of security finally overcame the populism of his successors. But throughout his life, he practiced it. Anybody could walk in off the street and see the Prime Minister for an hour every morning. Now, it was Nehru who, by scrupulous regard for both the form and the substance of democracy, instilled democratic habits in our country. His respect for Parliament, his regard for the independence of the judiciary, his courtesy to those of different political convictions, his commitment to free elections, and his deference to institutions over individuals, all left us a precious legacy of freedom. Jawaharlal Nehru's opening remarks when he moved the motion at the newly established Constituent Assembly on 13 December 1946 gives us a view of the immense pressure and responsibility he placed on himself to ensure that the embodiment of his democratic vision for the country responded fittingly to the situation and did justice to his enshrinement in the process of constitution making. He had to preserve the past idea of India and march towards the future idea of India. And so Nehruji said, I'll take the liberty, if I may, of quoting his actual words, quote, As I stand here, sir, I feel the weight of all manner of things crowding around me. We are at the end of an era, and possibly very soon we shall embark upon a new age. And my mind goes back to the great past of India, to the 5,000 years of India's history, from the very dawn of that history, which might be considered almost the dawn of human history, till today. All that past crowds around me and exhilarates me, and at the same time somewhat oppresses me. Am I worthy of that past? When I think also of that future, the greater future, I hope, standing on this sword's edge of the present, between this mighty past and the mightier future, I tremble a little and I feel overwhelmed by this mighty task. We have come here at a strange moment in India's history. I do not know, but I do feel that there is some magic in this moment of transition from the old to the new. Something of that magic which one sees when the night turns into day. And even though the day may be a cloudy one, it is day after all, for when the clouds move away, we can see the sun later on. Unquote. It was a beautiful statement by him, and obviously after the darkness, as you know, the title of my book on the British Empire in India is An Era of Darkness. Nehru sees the darkness lifting, but he sees all the clouds of the tragedies of partition, the destruction of the country, the huge refugee movements that the British had sparked off, and the indifference to Indian lives that had accompanied it. And then you have the night turning into day, with the prospect of the sun shining later. It's a very evocative metaphor, and I think in many ways that was the vision with which Nehru embarked upon preserving India's democracy. Years later, the American editor Norman Cousins once asked Nehru what he hoped his legacy to India would be. 400 million people capable of governing themselves, Nehru replied. Well, the numbers have grown. We are 3 times more than 400 million now. But the very fact that each day over 1 billion Indians govern themselves in a pluralist democracy is testimony to the deeds and words of these two great men, Gandhiji and Nehru, and the giants who accompanied them in the march to freedom. Second, secularism. Nehru strived to prevent partition, but when it occurred, he never accepted its logic. He never accepted the logic that since Pakistan had ostensibly been created for India's Muslims, what remained was a state for Hindus. He lived up to his lifelong conviction that India belonged to all who had contributed to its history and civilization, and that the majority community, so-called, had a special obligation to protect the rights and promote the well-being of India's minorities. In both governmental policy and personal practice, Nehru stood for an idea of India that embraced those of every religion, caste, ethnicity, or language. Nehru saw our country as an ancient palimpsest. You know what a palimpsest is. Sorry, some words have largely fallen into disuse. Imagine you write on a piece of paper, and then somebody comes and writes on top of what you've written without erasing what you've written. And somebody else comes and writes on top of that. You keep on going and do this ideally on an enduring piece of marble. You will end up with a palimpsest in which the accretion of different ideas, thoughts, writings, contributions all belong. So Nehru saw our country as an ancient palimpsest in which successive rulers and subjects had inscribed their visions without erasing what had been asserted previously. We not only coexist, in other words, but thrive in our diversity, which is our strength, not our weakness. He was followed by a generation of secular nationalists who echoed this tradition, making unity and diversity the most hallowed of independent India's self-defining slogans. It is this secularism that is being questioned today in an effort to redefine nationalism in more sectarian terms. Limited as its architects are by a lack of vision and an absence of depth that prevents them from seeing the larger principle that India has always defined for the world then and today. As dutiful citizens of the country, we must resist any attempts to reduce India to a Hindu version of Pakistan. That would be a betrayal of Nehru's vision and of his life, as well as the very essence of what it means to be an Indian. Even with caste and social relations, the country has moved forward significantly since Nehru's time. We have witnessed convulsive changes. Who could have imagined for 3,000 years that a woman from the Dalit community, once considered outcasts, would rule this state, India's largest state, as Mayawati has done 3 times. I'm not supposed to say anything political, so I will not speculate on whether the 3 times will ever be added to. But what's striking is that through democracy and through a disdain for biases on the basis of religion, caste, community, and so on, we have created a polity in which somebody from the so-called untouchable community has been able to win elections 3 times and rule the state. The fact is, it's still true that in many parts of India, when you cast your vote, you vote your caste. But that too has helped bring about profound alterations in the country, as the so-called lower castes have taken advantage of the ballot to seize electoral power, not in particular in this state. And in cultural affairs as well, with the nation, with the nation divided by an evocation of cultural nationalism that some of us do not subscribe to because it's limiting rather than expanding the idea of India. You do see that the notion of Hindutva is being proclaimed and argued and debated from the rooftops in recent times. We have actually witnessed, thanks to this, a searching re-examination of identity. And what is more, we have found a welcome reassertion of the Indian identity as transcending all identities. I have argued for some time in my writings that the great thing about India is that you can be many things in one thing. You can be a good Muslim, a good Keralite, and a good Indian all at once. You can pursue all your other identities. You can be a UPite, you can be a Banya, you can be a cricket fan, whatever you want. All your identities are secure under the carapace of the Indian identity. That, to my mind, is the strength of India's pluralism. I'm sure you will go into this in much greater detail in your conference discussions. But what I wanted to say in this context of the political culture is that any of these transformations could have been enough to throw another country into turbulence, even into a revolution. But we've had all these 4 transformations in India, and yet we've absorbed them and made all the changes work, because the Indian revolution or evolution is a democratic one, is a secular one, that it's sustained by a larger idea of India, an India which safeguards the common space available to each identity, an India that remains safe for diversity. That was Nehru's vision, and that is his vindication. Third, socialism. It is fashionable today to decry Nehruvian socialism as a corrupt and inefficient system that condemned India to many years of modest growth levels. We do not deny, as Nehru's own grandson, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, said 3 decades ago, that over time the socialist model as practiced in India developed many flaws. But at the core of Nehru's socialism lay his conviction that in a land of extreme poverty and inequality, the objective of government policy must be the welfare of the poorest, most deprived, and most marginalized of our people. In his day, the best way to accomplish that was by building up structures of public ownership and therefore state control of national resources, as well as enhancing the nation's economic capacity through government intervention, which we tend to decry today when we are a little more able to stand on our own feet. Today, Nehru's own Indian National Congress, of which I'm a member, welcomes, indeed encourages, the involvement of the private sector in the generation and distribution of wealth. We're proud of our own role in liberalizing the country's economy and in making possible so many new opportunities for our young to succeed in the globalizing world. But we remain profoundly wedded to Nehru's concern for the weaker sections of our society. That is why we can still say we are socialists today. Our socialism is not anti-growth. Rather, it aims to ensure that the benefits of the country's growth are distributed principally to the deprived masses who need it most. I've often said we can and should grow at 8% or 6% as we're doing today under the present government, or 9% as we once did under Dr. Manmohan Singh. But the percentage that really matters is the 25% at the bottom of our society. In the long run, I'm certain that Nehru will be remembered for not abandoning vast sections of society to hanker after a notion of growth that only favored a select few at the cost of everybody else. You won't see us saying India shining without asking who is India shining for. It is a commitment to this that allowed for an updated version of Nehruji's idea of India to develop in the 21st century, one that has widened the scope of its democracy through such innovations as the Right to Information Act, one that has defended secularism in the face of violent threats to our nation's diversity, one that has deepened socialism through the creation of a framework of rights, including the right to work, the right to food, the right to education, and the right to fair compensation for land, all of which have strengthened and empowered the poorest of our people, and one that has remained a proud and independent nation in the community of nations. It was Nehruji who built the scientific base for India's space and engineering triumphs today. Without his establishment of what is now ISRO, there would be no Mangalyaan and no Chandrayaan. We would not be able to boast with pride that we are the first country in the world to have been able to successfully send an orbiter into orbit around Mars at the first attempt. The US was only able to do it after multiple failures. China and Japan have kept trying, have never succeeded. We are the only country to have succeeded on the first attempt. And that required a certain capacity. And the truth is that Nehruji knew that we were a poor country, and so it was done on a shoestring. The entire Mars mission from India cost less than the special effects budget of the Hollywood space movie Gravity. So let's not completely knock Nehruvian socialism. Without the IITs he established, Indians would not have a worldwide reputation for engineering excellence, or have established 40% of the startups in Silicon Valley, or indeed established Sri Ram Swarup Memorial University. Today we are world leaders in information technology, the provision of digital services, and in the launching of rockets and satellites. In all this, we are upholding and continuing the legacy of a remarkable human being whose vision soared well above the poverty and misery that colonialism had reduced his country to. And finally, the fourth pillar of Nehruvianism was, of course, foreign policy. Nehru was a convinced internationalist. In fact, he, in his famous Tryst with Destiny speech at the moment of India's independence, while the flames of partition were burning around him, spoke of the world as well and not just India. He said, my dreams are for India, but not only for India, they're also for the world too, because the world is far too knit together for either war or peace to be indivisible. I mean, words which I wish I had brought with me to read to you his exact words, but that thought could really be uttered 70 years later without a change of a comma, absolutely spot on today. In his non-alignment, he saw the only possible valid response for India to the bipolar divisions of the Cold War era. In that form, it might be argued that his vision is no longer relevant in the changed circumstances of the 21st century, where you no longer have two superpowers to be non-aligned between. But in its essence, the Nehruvian vision was about safeguarding India's independence and self-respect against the powerful encroachments on its sovereignty that bigger powers might attempt. Thanks to him, all Indians can be proud of the role we play in the international community. We are non-aligned in the sense that we are aligned with no one nation or bloc, and we remain free to conduct our foreign relations according to our own lights and according to our national interest. Nehru was also a skilled exponent of what we today call soft power, much before the term was even coined. He developed a role for India in the world based entirely on its civilizational history and its moral standing, making India the voice of the oppressed and the marginalized against the big power hegemons of the day. This gave our country enormous standing and prestige across the world for years and strengthened our own self-respect as we stood proud and independent on the global stage. Indeed, we're still drawing from these traditions. After all, in the information era in which we live today, it's not the side with a bigger army that wins, but the side which tells the better story. India must remain the land of the better story. As a society with a free press and a thriving mass media, with a people whose creative energies are daily encouraged to express themselves in a variety of appealing ways, including Bollywood and all the other forms of entertainment that are part of our culture today, India has an extraordinary ability to tell stories that are more persuasive and attractive than all of its rivals. This is not about propaganda. Indeed, it will not work if it's directed from above, least of all by the government. But its impact, though intangible, can be huge. This soft power too is Nehru's legacy. He created a standing for India out of all proportion to our military strength or our economic might. But remember, soft power is not just what we can deliberately and consciously exhibit or put on display. It's rather how others see what we are, whether or not we're trying to show it to the world. It's not just material accomplishments that enhance India's soft power. Even more important is our culture, the values and principles for which India stands. And I do believe Nehruji would have applauded this evolution of his own approach to world affairs. To wrap up now, I'm conscious that really we are all like Egyptian mummies. We are strapped for time. Let me try and pull my thoughts together. The truth is that Nehru's extraordinary life and career is part of the inheritance of every Indian. The very term Indian was imbued with such meaning by Nehru that it's impossible to use it without acknowledging a debt. Our passports incarnate his ideals. Where those ideals came from, whether they're brought to fulfillment, whether they were even brought to fulfillment by their own progenitor, and to what degree they remain viable today, are all legitimate issues for debate. Jawaharlal Nehru's impact on India is too great not to be re-examined periodically. His legacy is ours, whether we like it or not, whether we agree with everything he stood for or not. What we are today, both for good and for ill, we owe in great measure to one man. That's why his story is not simply history. Today, both Gandhi's and Nehru's legacies are fundamentally contested, and many Indians have strayed from the ideals bequeathed to them by Gandhi and Nehru, Ambedkar and Patel. Yet they, in their very different ways, each represented that rare kind of leader who is not diminished by the inadequacies of his followers. Today, the ruling party and its followers lose no opportunity to denigrate Nehruji, especially on social media, accusing him of every conceivable sin of both commission and omission. It is like throwing pebbles at a mountain. They cannot even begin to dent the scale of his contributions to India. Even the most distinguished leader of the Prime Minister's own BJP party has in the past, despite many areas of disagreement, acknowledged the legacy of Nehru as a champion of the country. Speaking in Parliament on Nehruji's death, Atal Bihari Vajpayee emotionally and poetically declared that with the Prime Minister's passing, a dream has remained half fulfilled. I'm quoting here. A song has become silent and a flame has vanished into the unknown. The dream was of a world free from fear and hunger. The song, a great epic resonant with the spirit of the Gita and as fragrant as a rose. The flame, a candle which burnt all night long, showing us the way. That's Atal Bihari Vajpayee. The loss, Vajpayee averred, was not merely that of a family or even a party. Mother India, he said, was mourning because her beloved prince has gone to sleep. Even humanity was sad, he said, because its servant and worshipper had left it forever. Vajpayee went on to describe the departed Prime Minister as a benefactor of the downtrodden and the chief actor of the world stage, whom he compared to none less than Lord Rama. For like Valmiki's hero, Nehru was the orchestrator, Vajpayee's words, of the impossible and the inconceivable, unquote. He too, and I'm still quoting Vajpayee, was not afraid of compromise, but would never compromise under duress, unquote. One might say that these words were only to be expected from a gracious adversary in tribute to a deceased Prime Minister. But Vajpayeeji's statements went far beyond the claims of ritual. He called on the nation to rededicate itself to Nehruji's ideals. With unity, discipline, and self-confidence, Vajpayeeji said, in words that could be a congressman's, we must make this republic of ours flourish. The leader has gone, but his followers remain. The sun has set, yet by the shadow of stars we must find our way. These are testing times, but we must dedicate ourselves to Nehru's great aim so that India can become strong, capable, and prosperous. Unquote, Atal Bihari Vajpayee for the last time. This remains the cherished goal of all Indians. As we make our political choices in UP tomorrow and across the country in due course, we would do well to recall the first leader of independent India and the values and principles on which he built our democratic polity and our pluralist culture. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for such an interesting and insightful speech. Certainly an influential one. Please accept my best thanks to you, sir. A huge round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. An associate professor at Aarhus University, Denmark, and a Leverhulme guest professor at Leeds University, UK. Dr. Tabish Khair is present here to be part of this first international literary conference.
I'm sorry, there is a slight change in the program because we are running short of time. So Dr. Shashi Tharoor is going to have his book session with Dr. Tabish Khair, and then we will leave for tea. And after that, Dr. Tabish Khair will come back and he will deliver his keynote. Apologies.
Sir.
We're just going to display the book for the cameras and for you, all of you, and then we'll launch into a discussion. I'm sorry, we're sort of changing the order of the next two events because I have a flight to catch, but my fault again. But thank you, Tabish, for being so understanding. Here we go.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure to be here, but I'll cut the introductions short. No one needs to introduce Dr. Tharoor. We all know who he is. We are aware of his work. This is his latest book, An Era of Darkness, The British Empire in India. And basically, I'll ask you a few questions about its genesis. Right at the start, you mentioned that this grew out of a debate or a talk that you were invited to give by the Oxford Union on the proposition Britain owes reparations to her former colonies. And then you mentioned that it actually struck a chord with a lot of Indians who came up and congratulated you. So I was wondering if you would talk a bit about it. Why do you think it became such a vibrant issue?
I was a bit puzzled because, in fact, I didn't give it that much importance at the time. The Oxford Union, which has these debates, invited me to participate in a debate on a topic I wasn't totally convinced by myself, that Britain owes reparations to her former colonies. I had taken the opportunity to inveigh against the iniquities of British colonialism, while actually saying that I didn't think reparations were a way forward, but that perhaps since the topic required it, I said, all right, how about one symbolic pound a year for 200 years, for the next 200 years to make up for the last 200, just to serve as a gesture of atonement. But in fact, the main thing about the speech was it laid out a number of basic facts and arguments against the British colonial rule in India. And then I went off actually and forgot about it. A month later, the Oxford Union posted the debate on YouTube. And it went viral. I mean, I tweeted it, true, but I tweet a lot of things that don't go viral. This one, within 48 hours, had 3 million views around the world. It was downloaded onto multiple sites. Schools started showing it practically on a loop. The Speaker of Parliament congratulated me publicly. The Prime Minister said, here's somebody who said the right thing in the right place. It suddenly became a huge, for a few days, for a week or so, a national issue. But as a result of it going viral, there was a huge amount of interest in the topic. And my publishers rang me and said, you've got to make a book out of this. And I said, why? But doesn't everyone know this already? And he said very sensibly, no, they don't, because if they did, your speech wouldn't have gone viral. Which suddenly made me realize that the historical amnesia that I decry in the British has also unfortunately infected us, that we haven't fully developed an awareness or a recollection or a memory of what actually happened over 200 years. And so I undertook the task of writing the book. It's an unusual thing because obviously very often speeches are made about books, but a book written after a speech or about a speech is the wrong way around. Having done that though, I'm pleased I've done it for two simple reasons. Of course there will be young people who will say, but why bother now? It was all 70 years ago, haven't we moved on? And yes, we have moved on. But number one, just as each of us as individual human beings wants to know about our family's past, know about our parents, our grandparents, so too we should know as a civilization, as a society, we should know about our collective historical past, particularly our recent past. And if we don't, I think we really are missing out on something. As I say to young people, if you don't know where you've come from, how will you appreciate where you're going? But at the same time, I'm not doing this in order to score a point about contemporary Indian-British relations. Today, those relations are between two sovereign equal countries. I don't really feel a particular need to have a chip on my shoulder in dealing with Britain today. On the contrary, I would say that history must be faced for itself. You must look at the past on its own terms and for what it was. Because ultimately, there is no point in going around sort of with a chip on your shoulder, since hatred, recrimination, resentment is not particularly good for individual human beings. It's certainly not very good for societies either. So that's certainly not what I'm trying to do. But when Indians manifestly seem to have almost too ready a capacity to forgive and forget, I say, yes, please forgive. Forgiveness is good, but please don't forget. Because it's extremely important to remember what happened.
Thank you. Leading on from there, I was wondering, and you have referred to some of these historians in this book, an excellent, very readable book, which I'll strongly recommend to all of you, those of you who haven't read it. There are copies available outside as well. You have mentioned some British historians who have, in some ways, in the last 10, 15 years, tended to defend the Raj. Okay. 20 years back, books like that would have been rather rare, but they have come up in the last 20 years. So to what extent did that influence it?
Well, they weren't all that rare. There was a lot of popular history being written, Tabish, people like Charles Allen Martin's books called The Plain Tales from the Raj, which celebrated in a very romanticized way the lives of British colonialists in this country. There were the books of, I'm forgetting the names of some of the writers now, that they're all in my footnotes, who've written about the men who ruled India, for example, Philip Mason, that's the name. There was Lawrence James, who actually had the gall to suggest that the British Empire was the world's greatest exercise of benign altruism, which I found breathtaking. And of course there was Neil Ferguson, who in two books at the beginning of the century, first a book directly on the empire, which talked about how the British Empire laid the foundations for today's globalization and today's modern world, and therefore was a jolly good thing, his phrase, his capitals as well. And his book Colossus, where he suggested that America, then poised to invade Iraq, should emulate the British Empire by re-establishing its great conduct in the Middle East. I mean, these appalling works certainly had got my goats. In the book, what I've done is I've done three kinds of things. In the first third, more or less, I have laid the case for why British colonialism was a jolly bad thing. In other words, the British came to one of the richest countries in the world, 27% of global GDP in 1700, 23% in 1800, and over 200 years of plunder, loot, exploitation, oppression, you name it, the British reduced it to one of the poorest countries in the world. There's practically no record, for example, of landlessness or rural poverty. The British created it through their policies. The British left India in 1947 with 90% of the population below the poverty line, a life expectancy around 27, a literacy rate of 17%, and having had an economic growth figure from 1900 to 1947 of 0.01%. So I go in some detail into, and with examples and facts and statistics of exactly what was done and why and how, and so why this was as it were, a bad thing, as documented, I might add, by people going right back to the 19th century. Nationalists like Dadabhai Naoroji, R.C. Dutt, Jawaharlal Nehru have written about the drainage of resources from India, but so have Englishmen of conscience like William Digby, whose book in 1901 actually chose to measure to the last penny the money that had been drained out. Though obviously that was a controversial figure. Now, the second third of the book takes each of the arguments that are made for the benefits, quote unquote, of British rule in India, the railways, the rule of law, political unity of India, they claim, democracy, even the English language, tea and cricket. And I explain how every one of those was introduced to this country for the benefit of the British alone and not to benefit Indians, that it was here either for the to enable the British to control this country and rule it more effectively, or to divert themselves while they were so doing, but it was certainly not intended in any way to do anything other than extract resources from this country and take it out, the railways being the great example, and I'm willing to go into more detail on all of that. And the final third of the book then takes up the theses of people like Ferguson and so on, and analyzes the impact of colonialism and its continuing afterlife, not just the British in India, but the overall experience of colonialism, and which continues to haunt us. I mean, few people realize, for example, that the terrorists of ISIS, Daesh, are claiming that their major effort is to rewrite the Sykes-Picot map drawn by the British and the French colonialists in the 1920s that they believe divided the Middle East unjustly. So colonialism has had lingering evil effects throughout. And let's not have any illusions about it. The British came here for the money. They were in it for the money. Amongst themselves, they made absolutely no bones about it. In the later part of the 19th century, when the British government had taken over directly rule over this country from the East India Company, though for much of the East India Company's rule, it really was the British government that was ruling through the mask of the company, but from 1858 onwards, it was directly a jewel in the crown of the British government, British Empire. In that period, the fraudulent, hypocritical justifications of the so-called civilizing mission and preparing Indians for self-governance, and all this twaddle came up. But in private correspondence to each other, the British were absolutely realistic about what they were doing. They made it very clear that all this was so much of hypocrisy and cant, and that they were here for their own interests, and they had seized India for their own interests and would hold India for their own interests. So we should have no illusions about that, and that's very important.
There are lots of very interesting points that you counter. One of them, because we can only take up a few, one of them that would interest the audience and interest me is your response to this common argument coming from certain circles in the West that the British gave us democracy. And again, it's an argument that is sometimes turned around by Indians to dismiss democracy. So would you like to take up what you have to say here?
Well, I mean, I dismissed it in one sentence at Oxford, a much shorter speech, by saying that it's a bit rich to oppress, incarcerate, imprison, deport, exile, fine a bunch of people for 200 years and then celebrate the fact that they're democratic at the end of it. Democracy had to be prized from the reluctant grasp of the British. It wasn't a gift of the British. And at every stage, and I've described it in the book in much more detail than I could have in the speech, the British had no intention of actually giving India the responsible self-government that from the 1850s they claimed to be working towards. Far from it. The idea was very much to prevent that happening and to divide and undermine every effort on the part of Indians to acquire democracy. They thwarted it through all sorts of means. They thwarted it first through their institutions and their control. When they admitted Indians into the imperial civil service, they drummed them out of the service, discriminated against them racially, oppressed them in all sorts of ways. I've recounted one case of an early Indian ICS officer having to commit suicide because he had been educated in Harrow and Oxford and Cambridge and came here thinking of himself as the equal of the others. But when he got here, he discovered that all the real decisions were being made in the club. But whenever he tried to join the club, he was blackballed by the whites. And this sort of, he finally ended up literally shooting himself. One of the first Indian ICS officers, Mr. Chetty, or if you look at Surendranath Banerjee, who was driven out of the service, despite being described later by an English journalist as the finest orator in the English language after Gladstone. A really brilliant man, but the British didn't want people of talent associated with the governance of India. And the ones who did survive were relegated to extremely minor and trivial positions. When it came to political authority, initially the British tried to appoint a few people to the Viceroy's legislative councils as window dressing, gave them no clout whatsoever and disregarded any resolutions they passed. Eventually, as mass agitation, popular demands for democracy kept growing, more and more window dressing was applied, and after the First World War, when the promise of dominion status was not realized because perfidious Albion quite simply broke its word, on that occasion they created something called diarchy, where there were limited elections with a limited franchise to limited roles in the provincial governments. And they said unimportant things like health and education can be given to the Indians, but really important things like taxation, revenue, finance, security, law and order, etc. should be kept by the Brits. And so there was simply no intention whatsoever of surrendering. In fact, even the electoral system, when it was expanded, the British decided to play their declared game of dividing and ruling by separating Indians according to religious constituencies and creating a practice they would never have dreamt of in their own country. That is, that the Muslim voters of India were on a separate list and could vote only for Muslim candidates, for reserved Muslim seats. Now that's not democracy in any way. They wouldn't have allowed the Jews of Golders Green to be on separate lists and vote for Jewish candidates. But here in India, that was the only kind of democracy they were prepared to cede to us. And of course, it was a way of perpetuating religious divisions. The entire feeling was the more divisions could be promoted in India, the easier it would be to rule, and the more difficult it would be for the Indians to claim independence and democracy. So at every stage, the British get no credit whatsoever. Yes, they created in their own country institutions of democratic practice that Indians admired and were conscious of being excluded from. So just like the American revolutionaries in 1776 who fought for the rights of Englishmen, our nationalists too wanted the rights of Englishmen that they didn't have. And that's one of the reasons why after 1947, when they adopted the Constitution of India, they chose the British parliamentary system rather than a system of directly elected chief executives, which would have been much, much more appropriate for India, in my view, simply because indeed they thought that that was the model. The very fact that it was denied to us made it the model we aspired to. That's about all we can say about the British giving us democracy.
Thank you. There's so many other questions I would ask you, but I know you have a flight to...
There may be questions from the audience. I'll be happy to take a question.
But I'll just sum up by asking you one question,
Sure.
which you have touched upon. That's the last question, which is your book, for instance, gives very necessary explanations about the colonial burden, so to say. Okay, they're necessary, they're erudite, and they are of vital interest today. But these explanations can also be used by some people to come up with excuses for not taking up our responsibility today. Now, how does one avoid that?
So I'm conscious of this, Davish. Throughout the book, I have said repeatedly that there's nothing in this book either excuses our own contemporary failures or justifies our inability to govern ourselves better or more effectively. Certainly, there is a statute of limitations on colonial wrongdoings, and blaming the past for everything that's wrong in the present is, in my view, irresponsible. And I don't condone it, I don't do it, and I don't accept it being done. In fact, I mentioned earlier that I'm not in favor of this against the British either. When it comes to history being used for narrow sectarian political purposes, some political parties, for example, taking up the exactions of foreign rule, not just the British rule, but the rule by people who initially came from abroad before it, as a political agenda to bash certain minority communities within this country, I'm resolutely opposed to that. First of all, in any case, I point out that when I speak of foreign rule, I speak of 200 years. When our Prime Minister speaks of foreign rule, he speaks of 1200 years, and I disagree profoundly because the Mughals may have come here. Obviously, as far as those who raided, looted, and went back to their countries, I'm with the Prime Minister on that. But rulers who came here, stayed here, assimilated here, married here. I mean, yes, Babur may have come from the Fergana Valley, but his son was half Indian, his grandson was, barely 1/4 of the Fergana Valley. The third Mughal was, 1/8 from Central Asia. And if you can accuse them of looting India, well, they spent their loot in India. They embellished this nation. They brought in artists and painters and sculptors and craftsmen from Persia, from Central Asia, who've left their legacies behind, who've influenced our own art and painting and sculpture. They have, in other words, like Nehru's palimpsest, they've contributed to the culture of the civilization. Whereas the British, I'm sorry to say, chose deliberately to rule as a foreign race, not to intermingle or assimilate, to live essentially an apartheid system in this country for the longest time with quote-unquote black towns and civil lines. The only civilians were the Brits. And they also would send their money back home. So you had a situation where one of the peculiar footnotes, I mean, it's not a footnote, I've mentioned it in one sentence in the book, was even something like the luxury goods industry for which India was famous right up to the 17th century, because all these nobles and aristocrats in the courts and so on used to obviously splurge on fancy clothing, fancy decor, fancy craftsmanship, fancy jewelry and so on. That took a major dive under the British, because the British had a taste only for British and European goods, and they weren't spending their money here, and they were the ones with the money. The Indians no longer had any money. They were sending 80% of their salaries back home, and they were the highest paid civil service in the world. The British civil service in India was higher paid than the British civil service in Britain or the American civil service, which were the other highly paid civil services. And they spent their money, they sent their money back home. So in every respect, it seems to me that there is such a major distinction between the colonial rule of India and any other rule, that any attempt to use my arguments for that kind of chauvinism are to me acceptable. And finally, using it for sort of revenge or bitterness against the British is also pointless. Not only for the reasons I've already mentioned, that we are now conducting a relationship of sovereign equals, but equally that when this book came out, it was launched by Vice President Hamid Ansari in November. The same week, British Prime Minister Theresa May showed up in India to introduce herself to the Indian government and traveled to a couple of other cities, I think Mumbai and Bangalore or Hyderabad, looking for Indian investment in her post-Brexit British economy. So I tell people, you don't need to take revenge upon history. History is its own revenge.
Thank you, thank you. Can we have 2 or 3 questions from the audience? I would request you to ask questions, specific questions. Yeah.
There are other hands. I think perhaps the second mic could also be given to save time, then we can move on. Yes, go on.
I'm Dr. Jagdish Batra from Jindal Global University.
How are you?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I'm so glad you have released this book. In fact, I was among the first few people who actually downloaded that clip from, yeah, and posted it on my Facebook page also. I'm so glad about it.
Thank you.
One thing rankled me actually is that you have condemned British exploitation during all those period of 200 years. But after that, even during the Congress rule, and even now, we continue to be in the Commonwealth. So that gives a very, I believe, obnoxious reminder of our past, slavery. So why can't we think about that? And have you dealt with this aspect in the book, sir?
I mentioned it, but not in a negative way. I'll tell you why. First of all, these decisions are made by the people qualified to make them at the time, late 40s, early 50s. Not only did we remain in the Commonwealth, we preserved the British Indian Army, and the Indians who had fought against the British Indian Army under Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose or the Royal Navy mutineers in Mumbai port were actually barred from entry. They were treated as namak haram. They had been untrue to their salt, and therefore they were never admitted to the Indian Army. One even became a prominent Congress politician and a federal minister, Shahnawaz Khan, who was one of the 3 INA soldiers who were tried in the Red Fort. In fact, 2 did, because G.S. Dillon, Shahnawaz Khan, and a Hindu officer whose name for some reason is escaping me, were the 3 who were tried. None of them were admitted back into the army, but they all had successful political careers in the ruling party. So the irony is that we actually became a successor state to British India, did not dissolve any of the institutions, turned the Imperial Civil Service into the Indian Administrative Service, continued with the trappings of the British system, did not reinvent the education system, did not reinvent the judiciary. It's very striking. There is an anecdote I recount in the book that Winston Churchill, meeting Nehru some years after independence, apparently said to him, I'm surprised that after we put you in jail for 10 years of your life, that you are able to deal with us without any bitterness or any recrimination. And Nehruji is supposed to have replied, I was taught by a great man, Mahatma Gandhi, never to fear and never to hate. And I think in many ways, this is what lay behind the decision of both Nehru and Patel. This was a joint decision to continue with the British Raj institutions rather than to completely reinvent them. They said, let's put the past behind us. We wanted them out. They're out now. We're in charge. Let's not have any bitterness. It's a negative thing. And who is to say they were wrong? I mean, you're right that today, years later, it seems irrelevant, but it no longer carries the pain and stigma. In fact, we have an Indian, till recently as Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Kamlesh Sharma, and we now have non-British colonies who applied for admission, Rwanda and Mozambique, because they find utility in being able to deal with this English-speaking international grouping of which India is a leading member. So we have not taken the position that Algeria took with the French. The French colonization was followed by their creating a similar body to the Commonwealth called La Francophonie. But the Algerians refuse to be members of the Francophonie. Out of the sort of spirit you're reflecting, which is odd because every Algerian diplomat speaks perfect French and is culturally very Francophone, but the political rage is still there. I don't mind the fact that we have now overcome it.
Sir,
Hello.
good afternoon, sir. I am Lalit from Tata Motors and pursuing PhD under Professor A.K. Singh at SRMU. One very small, simple question, that we are talking about our British era and we are in Lucknow. So I just wanted your views. How did Britishers spoil the peace of Awadh or of Lucknow?
Well, I've mentioned one example in the book, which may surprise some of you, that there is actually a British responsibility for Shia-Sunni disturbances during and after Muharram, which had never occurred until the British came, because right up to Wajid Ali Shah, the Nawab Awad of Shatranj Ki Khiladi fame, the Muharram celebrations in Lucknow were conducted jointly by the Shias, the Sunnis and the Hindu community. And there'd never been an incident, there is no record of violence. The British came, and because of their entire approach that I've documented in detail in the book, that everything in India had to be categorized and classified in order to control it better, they promoted identity politics. I have revealed the work of a number of scholars who've demonstrated that the caste system as we know it today is essentially a British invention. We had castes, but we didn't have a hierarchical caste system, the way in which the British obliged us to be, by locking our identities and practices into certain boxes to suit their purposes of colonial control. So they said, after taking over Lucknow and Awadh, that only the Shias had a responsibility for celebrating Muharram because Muharram is a Shia festival. Within a few years, the trouble started between the Shias and the Sunnis. Because then the Sunnis started objecting to some Shia practices, the Shias in turn started insulting the Sunnis, and the first recorded Shia-Sunni riots around this were under British rule. So the British can go around saying, oh, these Indians, they're constantly attacking each other. But they don't ask themselves, why did this not happen until you came and sparked it off?
I'm A.N. Dwivedi from the University of Allahabad. My question is direct and literary. Literary in the sense, your title of the book reminds me of V.S. Nepal's book, An Area of Darkness. Almost identical title it is. The approach of Nepal, you know, is not favorable towards India. Looks it as a land of evil, exploitation, dirt and squalor and all those things. Similar is also the approach of Neeraj Chaudhary. But they both are now diasporic writers, settled in the UK. You are very much the son of the soil, the very proud son of Mother India. Your approach, how, if you also try to depict that Britishers came here and they came with their legacy of exploitation, slavery, not allowing us freedom of the various sorts. So then I feel how your attitude is different from these two authors.
It's pretty different, sir. But first of all, on the title, you're right, I was very conscious of the echo, but it was also a riposte. An area of darkness was an attack on India, and a rather superficial attack by an impressionable young man who came and didn't like the sights and sounds and smells of the country that he had earlier imagined to be his ancestral homeland, and so he came here, rejected it, and became essentially a brown Englishman. And so to actually write An Era of Darkness is my title. In fact, for the longest time, our working title was A Long Darkness. And then it suddenly struck me that An Era of Darkness would have more resonance, and I'm glad I used it. Amusingly enough, the British didn't like the title. So the British edition of this book, which is coming out in a couple of weeks' time in London, is called Inglorious Empire, What the British Did to India, which is almost more direct. It'll be published in London from Hearst. Then on the Neeraj Chaudhary bit, I have a couple of excoriating pages on Neeraj Chaudhary. You know, students of colonialism will tell you that there is a a particular creature called the native informant. This is just a term of art in the literature. There are people who collaborate with the empire, with any empire. There are people who profit from it, the so-called comprador capitalists. You've got all of this. But you also have people who are intellectually seduced by colonialism and who buy into the colonial narrative. And I see Niraj Chaudhuri very much as one of those. And so I take him as an example of somebody like that. As you know, in his case, he finally did up sticks and leave India in his 80s to settle in Oxford, where he lived for another 20 years and died at 103. So he ended up where he really should have been all along, where his mind had always lived, as it were. But in my case, I'm a person who still has lived most of his life abroad. The majority of my years have not been spent in India, but my crucial years, the years of growing up from about 2.5 to 19 were spent in this country, 2.5 to 19.5. I was born in London. And I returned to India at about 53, and I'm certainly, you're stuck with me for as long as the good Lord gives me. And so numerically, I'm sort of somebody who has seen a lot of India from the outside, and of course has demonstrated his allegiance, as it were, by coming here and writing from within the Indian lived experience. And I will say that that makes the mindset completely different. In the case of people like Naipaul and the later Niraj Chaudhuri, they really have migrated their allegiance, their physical presence, their intellectual loyalty somewhere else. Whereas in my case, even when I was living abroad, I was working for the UN. So I hadn't made the leap of the imagination that emigration would entail. I just happened to be an Indian living in New York or living in Geneva or living in Singapore or whatever. And if I was living in Timbuktu, I wouldn't suddenly become Malian either. My job had put me there, but I was still Indian, both in passport and in the areas of my intellectual commitment and interest. And I carried that logic through by coming back to India when I finished my UN career. Okay?
Thank you.
we should get a lady.
I must say, we can take only one more question from the audience, and then the Honorable Pro-Chancellor will ask one question. Unfortunately.
No.
Now, there is a lady who has a mic too. So let's take you both. We'll take you both and we'll go ahead.
Thank you for being a gentleman as always. I'd just like to repeat a quote. You said history has its own revenge.
This is its own revenge.
Is its own revenge. There is also another quote which says every time history repeats itself, the price doubles. So just as a rejoinder to that, I'm Professor Dr. Shireen, basically from Institute of Media Studies, and the first British evening scholar from UP.
Okay, congratulations.
All I want to ask you, because I've been trying to do this for a long time, I haven't even got to my first book, and you have 16. You're a parliamentary, you're a member of parliament, a bureaucrat, and a socially active persona. Where do you get the time? Are you as disciplined as Jeffrey Archer, who says, I go through 13 volumes of each book? Or are you like, you get up at 4 o'clock and you start writing?
You know, you only have to find time if you've lost it in the first place. And I try to use every minute the good Lord has given me. But, you know, you always do have to make sacrifices. I must admit I don't sleep enough. I must admit I deny myself most forms of entertainment that I would enjoy. I don't see enough movies, don't see enough theater. There are a lot of things that I might have enjoyed, but that would mean taking more hours away from that's the quota available to me. I would concede I don't see enough of my friends. You know, Kofi Annan would often say to me, to live is to choose. Each of us makes our choices as to how we want to spend our hours and minutes. Some would consider it utter folly to spend those hours, you know, shut up in a room staring at a blank screen and trying to put words on it. But for me, I mean, George Bernard Shaw said it far better than I can. I write for the same reason a cow gives milk. You know, it's in me, it's got to come out, it's what I do. So, and a cow would be in real pain, by the way, if you didn't milk her. So to some degree, I would be in pain if I didn't have a chance to write, so I do it.
Sir, Lala Lajpat Rai's book on economics, Indian economics, that has been
I think your
reissued.
mic has to be held a little closer or
Oh.
switched on. It is on if you hold it
Yes,
closer.
yes.
Yeah, that's
It's
better.
closer now. So, Lala Lajpat Rai's book on Indian economy that has been reissued has an introduction by Jaswant Singh, the former finance minister. And there is a reference there in that introduction that India has to repay every year a large amount of money for the money that was spent by the British government in the First World War. What's your take on that, sir?
No, it's not that we repay now. I think you got it wrong. We paid at the time more than any other country did. We actually,
sir, in
I've
that
actually given the
introduction-
detail of our contribution here, which was both in cash and in kind. Vast sums of money were sent. I think it was the equivalent of something like 80 billion pounds sterling today was the Indian contribution to the First World War. It went in the form of cash, in clothing, in animals, horses for the war and so on, provisions, food supplies, human labor, and even some railway tracks were ripped up from India and sent off to Mesopotamia so troops could move on it. It was, I mean, literally and this is at a time when India was suffering gross inflation because of the wartime shortages. The Spanish flu, which hit 125 million Indians out of the population of about 250 million. Half our population was, we are the highest global toll of people dying from the Spanish flu. All this was going on, and still India was supporting the war effort. Of course, Mahatma Gandhi also supported the war effort, but he said that he was doing so because he and other nationalists expected the British would keep their word and give India a gesture like dominion status, this mealy-mouthed phrase about progressively realizing responsible self-government. But the British had no intention of keeping their word. It was again one more example of just straightforward exploitation. So that is true. The British also borrowed from the treasury of the government of India for the Second World War. One of the things that, I'm sorry, one of the reasons I say that I no longer talk about reparations despite all of this, and despite the annual drain of money from rapacious British taxation that really created and accentuated poverty in India, is how do you quantify the value of the losses? I mean, one of the things that strikes me is how do you measure the value of the 35 million Indian lives lost thanks to British policies and totally unnecessary famines? You know, we'd had famines in the country before, droughts in the country, not famines. We'd had droughts in the country before, but our culture had actually coped with droughts. Maharajas would waive their taxation. Help would be given, charity would be organized. The British came in with three principles, which they had already destroyed Ireland with, which is why you had the potato blight and people fleeing Ireland. The three principles were, number one, free trade. Thou shalt not interfere with the market. Number two, Malthusian population theory. If the land will not support the people on it, cannot feed the people on it, then they should die to correct the population balance. You should not feed them. And number three, of course, Victorian fiscal prudence. Thou shalt not spend money thou hast not budgeted for. So these three reasons meant that as a matter of policy, Britain did two appalling things. They refused help to people starving during famines. They actually punished people who helped dying Indians in famines. And secondly, they exported grain from famine zones. It was this that took an Anglophile like Dadabhai Naoroji and made him a nationalist, was seeing what happened in Orissa. When in the Orissa famine of 1866, 3 million people died, purely because of British policy and nothing else. There was one poor conscience-stricken Englishman whose case has survived, Mr. McMinn, who tried to distribute grain that he had surplus of to people starving in front of him. And he was arrested and told by the Brits he'd be deported to England if he continued this charity. That was the British policy. As I said, it wasn't purely racism because they did it in Ireland also. But Winston Churchill, for example, I'll end with that. The Great Bengal famine of the Second World War, where 4.3 million people died in Bengal, was essentially a creation of Winston Churchill. Not only was grain shipped out of Bengal at a time when people were starving because of the drought, but instructions were given that these Australian ships laden with wheat who were coming and calling on Calcutta port would not be allowed to disgorge their cargo. They would have to carry on towards Europe. Why? It's not that the soldiers in Europe had to be fed immediately. Churchill wanted to bolster the buffer stocks for a future invasion of Greece. It was criminal misbehavior. People were dying like flies on the streets. Conscience-stricken British officials wrote to London saying, our policies are killing people, can we at least stop this and give some charity? And Churchill, all he could do was write peevishly in the margin, why hasn't Gandhi died yet? And this is the man the British have the gall to hail as an apostle of freedom and democracy. When you think of the 35 million dead in British famines, and you compare them to the 20 million that Stalin killed in the Ukraine collectivization, or the 15 million Mao killed in the Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward and all this nonsense, which numbers are worse? I mean, to my mind, the human toll of British colonialism is as bad as the great atrocities of our time. Today, people speak of Stalin and Pol Pot and Mao as evil, and they speak of Churchill as a hero. It's incredible. It's impossible to understand, because this man has much more blood on his hands than most leaders of the 20th century. So it's really, I'm sorry to say, part of the iniquity. That's why I'm saying I don't go for the money. I've read in the book, even my suggestion of £1 a year for 200 years, forget it, it'll be impossible for any finance minister to administer it. And as for compensation, any figure that's payable would not be credible because of the reasons I've just given, and any credible figure would not be payable. One Indian journalist, Minhas Merchant, actually calculated what he thought should be the sum of money that should be paid in reparations, and he came up with a figure so astronomical, $3 or $4 trillion, that it would exceed the entire British GDP. So forget about the money, let that remain a searing in that. Even the Kohinoor, I've talked about the Kohinoor in the book, and I've said that clearly the British are never going to give it back. But let it remain on the Queen Mother's tiara in the Tower of London as a reminder, because by sitting in a place where it manifestly does not belong, where it's not from, it's a reminder of the loot, the plunder, the exploitation, the expropriation that colonialism was all about.
Thank you. One final question by the Honorable Pro-Chancellor.
No, First World War and Second World War was actually the British ruling India.
We were just a colony of Britain.
Correct. So when they said the government of India, it was their government.
No, it wasn't. We are Indians and we make a government now. So we cannot call them that was a government of India. Now that we are, this is our identity. So I don't agree with that was a government of India. That was a government of British India.
Correct.
It would be appropriate.
So the British called it the government of India. They had this elaborate fiction that
They
the
had
government
this,
of India,
but
they would even speak about how the government of India has graciously offered a generous contribution to Her Majesty to fight the war. I'm not joking. They actually said that. But when you say who's the government of India, it's a bunch of Brits making that decision to offer Indian taxpayers money to the British war effort. But they would call it the government of India. It was legally the government of India. But it happened to be every decision maker was a Brit.
I think they call. But
That's
it would be appropriate if we call that?
No, but when you're studying history, you have to use the terms that were used in those days.
If I may intervene now, because we are running short of time, the book actually tackles that in a very detailed manner, so you can definitely read it. One final question.
After this, I think the entire audience is awestruck and they are left with hundreds of questions in mind. So, sir, would you just like to tell them how to approach you with the questions? Because I do not want them to go unanswered. That is one part. The other thing is that the title of your book is An Era of Darkness. And with the immense capacity that you have and the huge spectrum of Indian and non-Indian experience in your life, I am pained by some questions which I would like to ask you, and nobody till date has been able to answer me on these issues. That why are our boys in the court still in striped pajamas like the Jews were? Why is our Indian education system so paralyzed and plagued that I have to teach Shakespeare to my daughter, which doesn't hold any relevance to our society and our teaching and learning process? Are we still in the penumbra zone of non-independent India? I would like you to please enlighten us on that.
Sure, glad to do that. On the first part of your question, I'm sorry I won't be able to answer further individual questions for all the reasons that young lady asked. I don't have enough time in the day. But if I can request you to trust Chacha Google, there are a lot of interviews I've given which may address in one place or the other the question you have in your mind. So if you just Google the right words, you may find my answer on it anyway. But coming back to your question on the education system and the way in which we have in many ways continued British colonial era practices, I have gone into this in the book in some detail. The rule of law, the persistence of the Indian Penal Code, which was written by Macaulay in 1837, enacted by the Brits in 1861, is woefully out of date. Pretty much half its provisions have been abandoned by the British themselves in Britain. But we continue them in our country, and I'm very glad that last year President Pranab Mukherjee called for a rewriting of the Penal Code. It's high time we did that. The uniforms, we finally abandoned the wigs sometime in the 60s that the judges used to wear. But you're right, many other things. I think the My Lord is also getting to be dropped. Some individual judges are saying don't bother to use it. But yeah, you're right, some of these things will have to change very gradually. On education, I have called publicly for a different approach. And sadly, I'm not in a position to implement it, but I'm very much in favor of it. I didn't stop the teaching of Shakespeare simply because of his extraordinary place in world literature. But I would accompany it with the teaching of Kalidasa. I mean, to my mind, what is sad is that children in India, particularly in English medium schools, have no idea that in India, even though barely 5% of his work has survived, we had a genius, a literary genius, 1,000 years ago, who wrote plays that even in English translation are in every measure the equal of Shakespeare or the greatest writings anywhere in the world. I mean, the extraordinary language, even in translation, the metaphors, the ideas of Kalidasa, and to think that it's not part of our cultural frame of reference, particularly the English language educated Indians, by comparison with how much we know of Shakespeare, is truly sad and ironic. Secondly, is the question of some of the other basic learnings we do. I've said that we should teach the Mahabharata and Ramayana in our schools, not as religious texts, but the same way in which Western culture teaches the Iliad and the Odyssey. These are the great epics of our civilization. They can be taught in themselves. And I would say to a Muslim or a Christian or a Parsi or a Sikh child who may feel that this is a religious text being offered to him, read it as literature. You don't have to feel the reverence that a Hindu may feel for some of the characters, not all, and for some of the points. The Mahabharata, only the Gita is truly religious. The rest of the Mahabharata is a very secular epic with characters who are very human. That's one of the reasons why I used it for my political satire, The Great Indian Novel, in 1989, was because there were characters behaving very much like characters in a contemporary novel, a 20th century novel. These were people with feet of clay, with lusts and ambitions and desires and dishonesty and cheating and everything else. These are not just all grand heroes of the ancient epics that you normally imagine. So read them because of what they contribute. I think that there is no shame in saying that for an Indian to go through a school system and not be aware of the two great epics composed on his own land is a loss for that Indian. And I'm absolutely conscious of the question Tabish asked, can't these things be misinterpreted by others, misused for certain narrow agendas? So the answer is, of course they can be. If they are misused, we should resist it. But if they're taught in a way that draws a clear distinction between religious content or religious instruction on the one hand and the civilizational content on the other, it should be done. I mean, one of the sad things, frankly, about the revivalism that Tabish was hinting at is how in the process our fanatics, if I may use the word, are undermining the real achievements of ancient Indian culture and civilization. I've written years before I came into politics about the real accomplishments of ancient Indian science. For example, the fact that Aryabhatta actually, in his findings, in his astronomical observations, anticipated with greater accuracy the findings of Kepler, Copernicus, and Newton and Galileo centuries before they were even born, is something that the world really should acknowledge because it's documented and acknowledged by the narrow group of specialists in this field. The fact that much of the mathematical work done in ancient India was far and ahead of anything done elsewhere in the world, that Indians devised the zero, the decimal system, algebra. It's quite extraordinary, the genuine accomplishments. The fact that Indians are the world's pioneers in surgery. The world's first surgeon is Shushruta. The world's first recorded example of rhinoplasty, plastic surgery on the nose, was conducted in India in the 1st century AD. The instruments have survived. All of this is beyond dispute. But when, instead of anchoring themselves on these genuine accomplishments, there are a lot more. Again, you can use Google, or you can buy my book, The Elephant, the Tiger, and the Cell Phone, which has a chapter on science in ancient India. Instead of anchoring themselves on these real things, what do our fellows say? They talk about Pushpak Vimans, aircraft flying in the Vedic era, which is laughable. They speak, the Prime Minister of India, no less, makes a speech saying that Ganesha's head being grafted onto a human body shows how advanced plastic surgery was. It makes you cringe. Think for 1 second that the smallest baby elephant's head, would that fit on the largest imaginable human neck? I mean, just common sense tells you these things don't work, and yet these preposterous claims are made, which in the process discredit the real accomplishments of Indian science. In fact, I was very struck, again, one of the many things I've been attacked for politically, but where I was right, was when some of these cranks were allowed to come and speak in the Indian Institute of Science and talk about these. I mean, one fellow presented a paper on flying objects in the Vedas, based on a well-known discredited fake text which was actually composed in the 1920s and tried to be passed off as an ancient text and was debunked in the 1920s. And this man cites this text and says, see, there were ancient flying objects. I mean, this kind of very bad history, very bad science. And yet, when Dr. Harshvardhan, who's the Minister of Science and Technology, spoke about some of the things I'm telling you about, he got attacked in the same way as the fool talking about Pushpak Vimans. And what's interesting is that when I stood up and said, actually, Dr. Harshvardhan is right, these things actually were done, a lot of the sort of liberal intellectuals in our country attacked me saying, you're supporting the BJP. No, I'm supporting the truth. I'm supporting demonstrable, verifiable fact. So I think the Pro-Chancellor is totally correct. We need to teach all this. All of the stuff that I've said to you today, I read after school. I never read the Mahabharata in school. I read it after school hours at home. I heard tales of the Ramayana from my grandmother, as we all do, I suppose. I discovered about ancient Indian science well after leaving school and college because it was never taught to us. I think that there is absolutely a need to Indianize the curriculum to that degree that people are aware of our real accomplishments in our civilization. But I would be not in favor of abandoning the modern advances in all these fields which are essential for Indians to actually succeed in the modern world. So I'm not saying teach Vedic mathematics instead of today's mathematics. I am not saying, don't teach contemporary science or engineering or medicine or anything else. Be aware of context, be aware of background, but at the same time, yes, you cannot forget that 2,000 years have gone by since these things, and a lot of new things have happened that Shushruta couldn't have dreamed of, and that we still need to practice if you want to be a successful doctor today. But that mindset is important. I mean, why is it that, for example, we are only finally reviving Ayurveda in our country? Because that whole science of wellness, practiced for at least 3,000 years of recorded texts, didn't fit into the Western approach where every science of medicine had to be documented. This is the diagnosis, this is the treatment, this is the result. If you don't have this logical thing, sorry, you're not a medical science. Well, I'm sorry, you're not a Western medical science. But in India and Ayurveda, with all its what the Westerners would consider unscientific quackery, taking the pulse and deciding about your vata and your kapha and your pitta, all of these things which then lead him to prescribe even the food you eat and the oils that are rubbed into your body. That system has actually cured many people and treated many illnesses that Western medicine has not yet found answers for. It cannot be done so precisely because a lot depends on the instinct of the practitioner. That's always been the problem with India. Western music has a written score. Every note is spelled out. India, you have a raga and thereafter the player improvises. So the greatness of the musician comes from what he does with the basic raga, not the actual notes of the raga itself. Now, all of these things, we are a different culture. Let us accept that we have different ways of doing things, talk about it, celebrate it, and indeed teach it.
Thank you. I wish we could go on, but Dr. Tharoor needs to leave, and you probably need a cup of tea. But just to announce after this tea break, and I hope you will be able to detain Dr. Tharoor for a few minutes to get him to sign some copies of his book. After this tea break, I'll come back and inflict my talk on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabish, and thank you for your questions, both of you.
I request our Chancellor, sir, to present Dr. Shashi Tharoor with token of thanks. Thank you so much, sir. We now proceed for the tea break. Short after the tea break, we would all assemble here once again for interesting keynote by our delegate, Dr. Tabish Khair. Thank you so much.
Pointed out time again.
A small piece of information. an associate professor at Aarhus University, Denmark, and a Leverhulme guest professor at Leeds University, UK. Dr. Tabish Khair is present here to be a part of this first international literary conference. Dr. Khair's novels have been shortlisted for major prizes and have been translated in 6 different languages. Sir has edited and co-edited quite a number of anthologies. His recent works, The New Xenophobia and the novel Jihadi Jane, have received a lot of critical acclaim. Dr. Khair is also a recipient of the All India Poetry Prize, and that adds glitter to his personality. That adds another feather to his cap. Certainly, for him, the pedestal is not for sharing. We are extremely fortunate to have such a well-known and reputed personality amongst us. I appeal to our director, sir, Professor B.M. Dikshit, to honor and welcome Dr. Tabish Khair with the Angvastram. Thank you, sir. I welcome Dr. Tabish Khair on the dais. For the keynote address. The session would be chaired by Professor Shaukat Majumdar. Professor Majumdar is a novelist and a critic, and is presently Professor of English and Creative Writing, Ashoka University. Sir is the author of 3 books, most recently being the novel The Firebird, which was one of the Telegraph's best book for 2015, and a finalist for Bangalore Literature Festival Fiction Prize. Sir, we are honored to have you here. Dr. Tabish Khair, we would love to hear you at the dais.
So I'll just take a brief moment to sort of share my excitement for chairing this panel, not only because Tabish is such an old friend of mine, but I think he's a wonderfully appropriate person to speak at a conference like this at Sri Ram Swarup Memorial University in Lucknow, because Indian English writing often is identified with certain metropolitan locations. You know, writers who write in English are from a certain social group for whom India is pretty much Bombay, Delhi, you know, Calcutta, and from which I'm myself guilty. Tabish, much of his emotional, intellectual makeup comes from Gaya, about which he's written really evocatively in his early fiction. And since then, he has gone on to, you know, intervene in the literary public sphere on so many accounts. As a critic, his early book, Babu Fiction, was a key intervention into debates about Indian English writing. His novels, his poems. As a journalist, he is, I cannot think of a better person as an apologist for literature today. And I use the word apologist in a kind of Platonian, Augustinian, Sidney sense, not as saying sorry for it, but defending literature, which I think in a sad way it needs. Its place is embattled and minoritized in today's public sphere. I cannot think of a better person who has served the cause of the literary over the last 2 decades or more, and the striking significance of his location today in the heart of the Hindi heartland of India, which I think has not had its share of prominence in the Indian English imagination as it should have, unlike its metropolitan counterparts. But Tabish is one of the people who really holds that light out. So it's wonderful to have you here, and so good to listen to you so close. Thank you.
Is it working? Yeah, good. Okay. And thank you to the distinguished personages of this university as well as other universities who are here, to the various faculty members and other guests. I won't take too much of your time by going through a formal list of people to thank. I think what I should do is proceed with my presentation. I'll try and cut it short. Instead of the 20 minutes I had planned for, I'll try and finish it in 10 minutes. And for that reason, I'm not using my PowerPoint presentation. I'll talk about why literature matters, and in general, what I'm saying applies to the liberal arts, to the humanities, as Dr. Tharoor suggested early on this morning. One way to look at it is to think of someone to blame, which is something that human beings are pretty good at. When it comes to literature, one person one can blame and praise for a lot of things in the Western tradition is Plato. Now, as you know, that Plato dismissed poetry as a bundle of lies. He banished the poet from his ideal republic on the argument that poetry is not just immoral, and by poetry he meant what we would mean by fiction too. Poetry is not just immoral, it is basically a bunch of lies. That argument has percolated in different ways, and you have traditions like that of social realism, for instance, which tries very hard to be factual, to present political and social issues. One example all of you would be familiar with here would be, say, Mulk Rajanan's Untouchable, a great social realist novel. You also have counter traditions like that of art for art's sake. As an early exponent put it, British exponent put it, art for art's sake with no purpose. For any purpose perverts art, but art achieves a purpose which is not its own. So all these different traditions come back or go back to the problem explored by Plato, relationship of art to reality. If the poet, if the fiction writer creates something, to what extent is it real? To what extent is it truthful? Can one talk of truth when one engages with a world that is fleeting, fluctuating? Can one talk of truth when one writes from the imagination? And so on and so forth. My argument here is very simple. My argument is that we need to look at the nature of literature, and I would argue, later on I might explicate it, I would argue that actually it is possible to lie with facts. People lie with facts all the time. Politicians sometimes make a career out of it, but it's impossible to lie with fiction. And again, in order to understand that, we have to ask ourselves, what is it that literature actually does? What is it that we mean by literature? One answer that no one would deny is that literature is something written in language. You cannot imagine literature without some kind of language. Now, one way to look at it is to see what language enables us to do. It's very, very popular and to some extent correct to talk of language in terms of communication. That is, of course, one of the things language does. But language doesn't just communicate. Language is also an instrument of power. To use language is to exercise power. To control language is to dominate other people. To define language is to get other people to agree with what you think, what you think words mean. But language is also always located in a particular cultural context, social context, historical context, maybe even ontological context. I would argue that one of the things that literature does is push the limits of language. Certain things can be said in certain ways, in a certain period of history, in a certain social context. But significant literature of that space, of that historical phase, is always literature that while dealing with the limits of language in that given moment and space, tries to say things which go beyond what is possible. So that is one definition, and I can illustrate that with reference to lots of different books. One book that I'll stick to is Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, simply to save time. Now, Heart of Darkness, as those of you who are in literature would know, has been a contentious novella. Some people have accused it of even of racism. One of the greatest writers of the 20th century have accused it of racism. Some people have defended it strongly. And in some ways, of course, both arguments can be discussed and are to some extent valid. But if you look at Heart of Darkness, you realize that Conrad, writing towards the end of the 19th century, when British colonization was at its height, says things which actually in some ways his language does not permit him to say. For instance, he defines Africans, or his narrator in that novella defines Africans as cannibals, common 19th century prejudice about non-European people, especially Africans and other Aboriginal people. So that's a stereotype. Now, there's good reason to argue that many of the spaces where Africans or Australian Aborigines were described as cannibals did not contain anything like even ritual cannibalism. This is a prejudice that has percolated. Even Indians sometimes talk of Aboriginal peoples as cannibalistic. So he uses this standard stereotype about Africans to communicate the otherness of Africans to his European readership. But in the novel, there is a period where a ship is sailing, and the people there are starving. There are very few Europeans there. Most of the people staffing that boat are Africans. And the narrator says, oh, it was strange. They were starving even more than us. They outnumbered us, but they never attacked us. They could have attacked us and killed us and eaten us. So I don't understand this. Okay? So what Conrad is saying is that this is the way we see Africans, but their reality actually exceeds the language I have to talk about it. And in that sense, I would say literature pushes the limits of language. Certain things are not possible, which is also, you can think of it in different ways. When, for instance, you take a dialect into standard English, you're pushing the limits of language by bringing in another spoken kind of English into literary language. When you take up a feminist issue in a largely patriarchal society, you are pushing the limits of language. In different ways, literature pushes the limits of language, and that is the reason why, to go back to, say, Kalidas or Shakespeare, we continue to read Kalidas or Shakespeare today. It's not because they stay the same. It's because they've used language in such powerful and complex ways to open up spaces to think in, that every generation, every culture comes up with almost a different reading of these texts. Shakespeare is not read in the same way today as he was when he was alive, or as he was in the 18th century, or as he was in the 19th century, or for that matter, as he was in the early 20th century. Okay? He has been read in different ways in these different centuries. And they are all correct readings because his use of language opened up a space to think. And this brings me on to the second point I want to make, which is the nature of contemplation. There's an excellent Korean philosopher writing today in German. He lives in Germany. And I actually had the cover of one of his books on display. But I'll try and pronounce his name as clearly as possible so that you can look him up. He started appearing in translation in English. Byung-Chul Han. He has two books out in English now, very thin books. One of them is called The Burnout Society, other one is called The Transparency Society. In one of these books, he argues that there's a basic contradiction between computing in today's age of digitalization and what culture, what art, what literature really call for. He doesn't say computing has to be dismissed. He says it has its own space, but there's a difference. What is this difference? One way to put it across is to think of multitasking. No, everyone is multitasking today. We are asked to multitask. If you don't multitask, you're considered to be primitive, out-fashioned. But he says multitasking is not a progressive movement. It's not a development. He says animals have always multitasked. A deer, when it eats, is eating, maybe looking after its fawn, keeping a watch out for other predators, walking at the same time. He says animals have always multitasked. Multitasking is inevitable in a hostile environment. What distinguishes human beings, he says, is our capacity to pay deep attention or contemplation. He says this is what makes us human. In different ways, a piece of art, a flower, a dawn, a book demands deep attention from us. A book or a novel demands a very complex kind of deep attention. Okay? Because what we are concerned with is not just the narrative. That's quite an essential part of it, but it's quite basic. Because the difference between computing and contemplation is that computing moves with a kind of numerical logic. 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4. But in literature, that's not what we are doing. And that is again the reason why Shakespeare is valid today, Kalidas is valid today. Because what we are doing in literature is thinking through language. What we are doing in stories is thinking through stories, which is why fiction is so important. Today we talk of a post-truth world, especially after the victory of Donald Trump. We talk of a post-truth world. We talk of how facts are used in highly contentious ways, how facts are totally ignored. People talk of why we should actually focus more on facts now. And I would argue that actually they're talking about something that is a minor problem. It's not that we have lost the ability to focus on facts, it's that we have lost the ability to read stories well. Stories are being read using a computational logic. We are only thinking of its end result, what it says, whether it entertains or not. But stories have been the oldest form devised by human beings and confined to human beings that human beings have used to think. Whether it's a story from the Mahabharata, Ramayana, from any of the other ancient religious texts, whether it's a story from Shakespeare, the point of the story is not just what someone says that it says. The point of the story is to engage every generation in extremely complex ways using that language, using that story perhaps. And it is this engagement that has disappeared. What distinguishes fundamentalists is not the fact, fundamentalists of any kind, religious, neoliberal, whatever, okay? Fundamentalists of any kind, is not the fact that they use fact or they use fiction. They use both, okay? Fact and fiction, okay? What distinguishes them is that they insist on only one reading, the reading that they favor. Everything else is dismissed. By doing that, whether you're using stories or not, you're destroying the essence of a story. You're destroying the essence of language in literature. Okay? So that, by and large, is my argument today, and I've put it to you in a nutshell. I'll conclude by returning to Heart of Darkness and reading out a short extract from around the end of that novella. This is when the narrator, who has been sent off to deep Africa to rescue an almost mythical colonial person, comes back, and this colonial person, Kurtz, is dead by then. He comes back to Europe, and he's meeting the betrothed, the fiancée of this Kurtz. And the fiancée wants to know what the last words of this man were. And his last words were, the horror, the horror. This is what the narrator says. I was on the point of crying to her. This is in Europe, okay? I was on the point of crying to her. Don't you hear them? The dusk was repeating them in a persistent whisper all around us, in a whisper that seemed to swell menacingly like the first whisper of a rising wind. The horror, the horror. His last words, to live with, she insisted. Don't you understand? I loved him, I loved him, I loved him. I pulled myself together and he spoke slowly. The last word he pronounced was your name. Okay. Now, this is a complete lie. Okay? He comes and he gives a lie to this very civilized woman in Europe. Now, Conrad does not tell us more than that. But what he's telling us is that there is a lie at the heart of civilization, any civilization, that the colonial experience can only be communicated to the colonized as a lie. Okay? He doesn't say that, but the story makes us think of it. It wasn't read like that when Conrad wrote this story, but today we go back and we read these other meanings in the story because the language permits it. So today, to conclude, I would say, as Dr. Tharoor highlighted, there's a pressing need to focus on literature, on stories, on poems, and enabling us to think in ways that other forms of thinking do not necessarily enable us to do. That is my final word today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tavish, for that really illuminating and wide-ranging talk. Listening to you, I couldn't help thinking that in many ways, when we say literature, we use an anachronistic term. We use it to describe a body of writing which never imagined itself as literature. In fact, as we all know, that the term literature is fairly recent, or the concept of literature is really as something to be read, emerges only with the print culture, with Enlightenment, with Romanticism. And especially I was thinking of your discussion of fiction, literature and fiction, that the idea of that literature as something that is not true, that is created, that is sort of pulled out of the author's imagination, itself is also a very new notion. I mean, Shakespeare would not understand this concept of the original. Shakespeare was, of course, famously defined as a genius also in an anachronistic way. The category did not even exist. You know, Shakespeare would be the Elizabethan equivalent of a Hollywood filmmaker, or more properly a Bollywood filmmaker. And same with Milton, Homer. I mean, the idea of the original story, they were taking stories from the great collective mind, the myth, legend. You know, there was no sense of creating things. This is a very romantic idea. The author sits in a kind of private space and pulls things out of nowhere. And of course, we can't help thinking that we seem to be living at a time when we are almost also at the frontier of that culture of individual originality with the internet, with digital culture. Things are becoming more interactive. Things are becoming... So I was wondering if you would want to sort of maybe start up the discussion, and I'm sure there's many in the audience who have questions, to talk about the historicity of the term literature and its peculiar relation to a certain set of aesthetic, historical, political factors, which obviously originates at a point of time and seems to be entering a phase where that meaning of literature is again embattled.
Shaukat, I'll try and keep my answer as general as possible because I'm aware that a lot of students are not from literature. And the historicity of literature as a construct is at the same time a problem and something that need not get us to dismiss the notion of literature as perhaps persistent. Okay. So in some ways, of course, a literary text gets dated. So, and a significant work of literature can be of use in its age, but may not have as much meaning for another age. Some works of literature persist for a set of reasons. The way I look at it is actually to ask myself why I write, not just as an academic, but as a novelist. For instance, I agree that the reader brings a lot of things to the text, but I don't totally agree with this throwing up of hands, like, oh, we cannot say anything about literature. Literature is whatever you make of it. No, I would say the language of a literary text allows lots of different perspectives, but also prevents certain readings. And as a writer, I would give up writing novels or poems if I felt that any meaning could be given to it. I mean, why should I work on a novel for 3 years or 4 years if it can be given any reading altogether? So in that sense, I would say that while literature as a historic category, there's also something called literature. But I know that we should probably wrap up without...
I think it's time to invite the audience, especially the students, if you have any questions for Tabish.
What I would suggest, Shaukat, if that's okay, is you can ask me questions during the lunch break or so, and we'll move on to the next panel, if that's okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. After this wonderful keynote, let's now move on to another session, the open lecture, showcasing the various dimensions of new cultures in India. Our first speaker of this open lecture is Dr. Florian Stadler, who is lecturer in global literatures at the University of Exeter, UK. Dr. Stadler has published on South Asian writing in English, Indian popular cinema, and British Asian literature and history. So I now invite you on the dais, please.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, fine. Firstly, I also want to extend my thank you to Vice Chancellor Sir, Chancellor Sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor Ma'am, and the Department of the Humanities, but also more importantly to Dr. Dwivedi for inviting us here and for proposing this very thought-provoking theme of the cultures of New India. What I'm going to talk about today is a question that I and my colleague Ranita Chatterjee at the University of Exeter have been thinking about for a very, very long time in terms of in relation to transnational cinema in particular. So the title of my talk is Breaking New Ground or Reformulating the Old, Indian Popular Cinema's Engagement with Nation and Narration in the New Millennium. As all of you may be aware, contemporary Indian popular cinema has become increasingly a medium through which India is made legible in global contexts. And what I want to do over the next 20 minutes or so is address 4 films in particular. Ashutosh Gaurik's Swadesh from 2004, Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra's Rang de Basanti, Kiran Rao's Dobigat, and Gauri Shinde's English Vinglish. These 4 films all had box office success and marked new departures for Indian filmmaking in their narrative structuring and the subject matter they take on. The films emerge in the first 2 decades of the new millennium and follow in the wake of recognized industry status for the Indian film industry, which brought with it new production companies and distribution networks. The influence of the production house UTV, now owned by Disney, and sadly about to be shut down, had an exponential impact on this process. Other production houses like Yash Raj and Dharma Productions too sought to adapt their methods, though perhaps with more mixed results. The imminent closure of UTV's production arm by Disney, despite the success of films such as Dangal, which has become the highest-grossing Hindi film ever, seems a misstep. I want to trace, then, how commercial Indian film is responding to India's rise as a global power, on the one hand, and on the other, considers the representation of this newfound position on the world stage in relation to the legacies of colonialism and the realities of developmental needs as well, and how these macroeconomic and political stories filter through in the micro-level dramas of the films. How has Indian popular cinema evaluated and engaged with some of the paradoxes of India's global economic rise in relation to ongoing tensions at home, and what kind of answers and questions has cinema raised or dramatized? This might enable us to deduce, considering the mass appeal of cinema, what role it plays in disseminating a confident image of New India, or to what extent film becomes a powerful medium with which to criticize and question such representations. I take my cue from Homi Bhabha's considerations in Nation and Narration. In his introduction, Bhabha argues that the emergence of the political rationality of the nation as a form of narrative, textual strategies, metaphoric displacements, subtext, and figurative stratagems, has its own history. One might want to question how Indian popular cinema has engaged with tropes of cultural representation in relation to its reflections on the modern nation, society, and its incongruities, as well as a logic of progress often expounded in Indian commercial film. To what extent, then, do these films question a sense of nationness, of belonging or unbelonging, of inclusion and exclusion? Are such considerations gendered or more acutely felt in diasporic contexts? In this respect, filmic representations and their depictions, exploration and questioning of the culture of New India provides an attempt at providing new textual strategies as well as metaphoric displacements. In reformulating then the conceptual notion of a globalizing India in cultural terms, and as I say, that's where Baba is perhaps quite useful in opening up that territory for us. The notion of a transnational cinema and Bollywood as a transnational cinema is instructive here for opening up new pathways to consider the cultural valence of this cinema and allows to further elaborate and consider the complex way in which cinema addresses India's local, regional, national, and global textualities with which it generates a narrative of the nation. Indian popular cinema has been a major cultural driver with which India has been increasingly identified across the world and must now be considered as a major force with which India's image in global context is associated. Bollywood films are now regularly screened in multiplex cinemas across Europe and the US. Worldwide box office takings now form part of the statistics collected by Box Office India. And Indian cinema has also had an exponential impact over recent decades on the film festival circuit, as the recent success of films such as Lunchbox and Aligarh have shown. Cinema is part of India's DNA, a medium over 100 years old that found a distinctive form of cultural expression and developed as the art form developed across the globe from the early 20th century onwards. The changes in production and style, which coincided with the moment of India opening up its economy from the mid-1990s onwards, are part of a process with which the film industry has sought to take account of the globally networked Indian diaspora and its relationship to the homeland. On the other, we have also seen new forms of commercial film emerge that situate itself in between Bollywood and middle cinema and has attracted very much a middle-class clientele. Some critics have classified these films as middle brow, though to my mind this categorization or bracketing out that already hints at a particular value judgment is not helpful for our consideration of the cultures of New India and the issues these films actually broach. More interesting to track is how, with the advent of industry status and new production houses and distribution networks such as UTV or Reliance India coming into the market, a new kind of commercial film is emerging that tackles more overtly social issues than some of the Bollywood films produced in the 1990s. That said, Indian popular film has never shied away from tackling complex social and societal issues. This goes back to the 1940s and 1950s. Think about films like Raj Kapoor's Awara or Mihboob Khan's Mother India. What I would argue then is that in relation to a new and differently articulated representational apparatus within this cinema, we are seeing new forms of societal engagement by filmmakers and scriptwriters that seek to interrogate the social conditions of contemporary India. And in this process, we are seeing a reformulation of the idea of the social film, a genre classification that has much traction in the study of commercial Indian cinema. What I'm proposing then is that these new films mark a new turn in the social, as it considers more widely the transnational, interconnected nature of India and its culture in a globalizing world. Here, the calibration in subject matter has also led to a recalibration of its aesthetic, which pertain especially to the deployment of melodrama. As Ranjini Majumdar succinctly puts it, Indian popular cinema is an evolving, unabashedly hybrid cultural form that narrates the complicated intersection between tradition and modernity in contemporary India. Commercial Indian cinema, Indian popular cinema, is now increasingly described loosely by the term Bollywood. There is a complexity to the usage of these terms, and I would like to spend a little bit of time laying out the multiple ways in which the term can be read. Indian cinema, in a sense, is a celluloid archive, how India as a nation has changed since independence. This process of change has accelerated since the early 1990s with increasing market liberalization in India and the way in which the country has linked itself into wider global networks. As Rachel Dwyer notes in Bollywood's India, and I quote here, "New social groups have emerged, notably the new middle classes. Politics have shifted from national to identity politics, and the Nehruvian dreams of a united nation and of planned modernization have been replaced by those of globalization and a weakening of the boundaries of the nation, with the importance of the diaspora being reflected in new categories of overseas citizenship," unquote. Let me then turn to this wider, larger question of Bollywood cinema as a transnational cinema. And Elizabeth Esra and Terry Roden's consideration in what is transnational cinema might be useful here for us. They posit that key to transnationalism is the recognition of the decline of national sovereignty as a regulatory force in global coexistence. The impossibility of assigning a fixed national identity to much cinema reflects the dissolution of any stable connection between a film's place of production and/or setting and the nationality of its makers and performers. What is new are the conditions of financing, production, distribution, and reception of cinema today. The global circulation of money, commodities, information, and human beings is giving rise to films whose aesthetic and narrative dynamics, and even the modes of emotional identification they elicit, reflect the impact of advanced capitalism and new media technologies as components of an increasingly interconnected world system. The transnational comprises both globalization and the counter-hegemonic responses of filmmakers from former colonial and third world countries. The concept of transnationalism enables us to better understand the changing ways in which the contemporary world is being imagined by an increasing number of filmmakers across genres as a global system rather than as a collection of more or less autonomous nations." End quote. This notion may be useful for us here to rethink some of the narrative tropes with which my four case studies are dealing. Swadesh focuses on the NRI's figure's return to India. Dobigat too has a focus on a female returnee to Bombay, also of Indian heritage. Rang de Basanti focuses on the white female documentary filmmaker's discovery of India in her mapping of her grandfather's story onto the contemporary. And English Vinglish displaces the story of female empowerment to New York, allowing for a cultural reconfiguration around a notion of family, both for her as well as her sister, who moved to the US and has 2 daughters of her own, and is a single mother. The notion of transnationalism then allows us to reconfigure previous categorizations of cinema, including third world cinema, and national. The notion of a transnational cinema in Esra's and Rowden's terms then enables us to consider the issue of the nation within these films, alongside the pressing issues with which a narrowly articulated idea of the nation is transcended both in local, national, and transnational terms. In this respect, this type of commercial Indian film has found a unique form with which to decenter Hollywood both in narrative and aesthetic terms, challenge Eurocentric perspectives, and interrogate them. However, the notion of the transnational in relation to Bollywood also allows us to question notions of the multicultural in Bollywood cinema, especially as it elaborates its own cultural points of identification. Furthermore, already in this moniker, we can see an inbuilt reference to it as a global transmedia product. And I think that's very, very important to keep at the forefront of our mind. Yet wider questions remain about what Bollywood might actually mean. For Ashish Rajadhyaksha, Bollywood occupies a space analogous to the film industry, but represents a more diffuse cultural conglomeration involving a range of distribution and consumption activities. For him, Bollywood describes a larger culture industry in existence since the early 1990s, of which film makes up just one significant aspect, and has a much longer and complex history of development than the term Bollywood can do justice to. In this respect, it is more useful to see Bollywood as an export-orientated transmedia product, a significant part of the Indian film industry, but by no means its totality. If anything, Bollywood has become a brand with which India is becoming increasingly associated in the global arena. In his essay, The Meaning of Bollywood, Ravi Vasudevan provides some useful historicization of the Bollywood phenomenon, seeing its emergence as linked to the reorientation of India from nation-state into global nation, so very much with the tracks and the emergence of New India per se, and the cultures of New India especially. This is closely intertwined with the process of economic liberalization during the 1990s and new modes of distribution of Hindi cinema through DVDs, satellite television, digital media, and multiplex cinemas. He situates the currency of the term with the release of Aditya Chopra's Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge in 1995, and the films that follow, which thematize the Indian diaspora. So again, there's a link up with these diasporic transnational Indian trajectories there. Indian cinema defies any essentialist definition. Considering how much of its development is bound up with histories of the Indian nation state, its transition from colonialism to independence and partition, competing regions and languages. In this respect, any descriptive attempt remains flawed and requires a recognition and constant awareness of inherent multiple meanings in the terminology used and its inevitable shortcomings. But this raises the specter of having to confront a cultural form which contains a diversity of diversity and consequently defies simple categorization. Ezra and Browden might help us here to place Indian commercial cinema in relation to the transnational, and I quote from them here again. This paradigm of transnationalism is one that recognizes the heuristic and effective force of the concept of national cinema, while emphasizing the complex construction of identity, citizenship, and ethics, both represented on screen and created in the film industry's transnational networks of production, distribution, and reception. One of the central aspects of transnationalism as a critical discourse is its dialectical engagement with, rather than a simple rejection of, the ideas of the national. Concepts like third cinema, post-colonial cinema, and world cinema have been conceptual way stations on the path to recognition of the globalizing imperative that has always been a signal component of cinematic production and of the cinematic imagination. So there is always a transcendence of the nation when we are thinking about film production, and that in a way a notion, an idea of a national cinema is perhaps becoming redundant when we're looking at a notion of transnational cinema that articulates itself in relation to the nation rather than as a transcendence of it. One might argue then that the films under discussions are a reflection of these issues. What is presented to us on the cinematic screen becomes alive in its development of new interactive circuits of meaning. In this respect, the films seek to address multiple cross-generational audience constituencies which are located both within and outside India, in diasporic networks and beyond this locus. What is important to consider when we look at these films is that we do not just try and understand the political economy and sociology of Indian popular cinema, but focus on film form, storytelling practices, and star economies. And this will enable us, as Ravi Vasudevan has pointed out in his essay, The Meaning of Bollywood, to think through the itinerary of Hindi cinema as it traverses a host of different spaces and audience cultures. My suggestion would be that the films under discussion help us to further animate this concept, and that the social issues they consider are not merely limited to a notion of the idea of nation, but more complexly intertwined with a historically conditioned trajectory. And the 2006 film Rang de Basanti by Rakesh Omprakash Mehra is a case in point. The film begins with British filmmaker Sue McKinley's desire to make a film about the forgotten histories of 5 freedom fighters, Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar Azad, Jatin Das, Ramprasad Bismil, and Ashfaq Ullah Khan. Her documentary film that she proposes, uses as its source material her grandfather's accounts in his personal diary. Sue uses the diary to interpret her grandfather's interactions with these condemned men before they were hanged. She is driven by a desire to recover their voice through the use of the cinematic medium as a form of documenting their revolutionary idealism in their fight against British colonial oppression. Sue's frustration on not finding good actors there is mitigated when Sonia, played by Soa Ali Khan, takes her to meet the college gang. History and the contemporary moment overlap then, as the film engages directly with the issues of revolution, heroism, sacrifice, and martyrdom, which are the axes around which the film revolves. DJs Suki, Aslam, Lakshman, Ajay, and Karan represent India's youth that needs to awaken not just to their national history, but also to the corrupt reality that surrounds them. This awakening is premised by the death of Sonia's fiancé and their friend Ajay, who dies when he has to crash land his MiG fighter plane. Rumor has it that Ajay died because of faulty parts in his jet. Adopting a peaceful strategy of protest, his friends organize a candlelight vigil at India Gate. However, their protest is brutally clamped down by police, which leaves Aslam and others injured. Ajay's mother is critically wounded and goes into a coma. Meanwhile, to cover up media rumors, the defense minister defames Ajay on television. DJ and his friends then feel impelled to act and plan to kill the defense minister for his complicity in this corruption. When the killing honors the dead minister as a martyr, DJ and his friends plan to reveal themselves to the nation by hijacking All India Radio. So the filmmaking in fictional paradigms, through Sue's desire to visualize the modern-day college students as revolutionaries from the past, enables Mehra to connect issues of telling and retelling history and the multiple lenses how these silent stories can emerge into discourse. However, the film also highlights the fatal consequence such considerations can have. The film's complexity rests on a transnational interpretation of historical events that move from the outsider's perspective on Indian history to an internalized one. The film recuperates then a historical narrative through documentary filmmaker Sue's grandfather's diary that considers political violence at a crucial moment in the Indian nationalist struggle. And this narrative thread focuses on the revolutionaries who were members of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. The film evokes in sepia tones events that distinguished their armed struggle for the national liberation of India from the British colonial force. And it's a filmic narrative that is constructed as a series of shifts between the main story set in contemporary Delhi and Sue's efforts to film a documentary about these revolutionaries. The film then riffs of a notion of historical memory triggered by visual culture that is central to an understanding of the film's impact on its audience. The use of sepia tones to depict the historic sections of the narrative not only assign it a meaning associated with the national past and its memorialization, but also indicates the real. What happened to Bhagat Singh and his Confederates, it is implied, simultaneously expands and explodes the confines of the fictional narrative and presents itself as India's real history, with Bhagat Singh as an idealized subject of this history. And this is complex and this is complicated. Swadesh by Ashutosh Gowarikar was his follow-up film to the hugely successful Lagan, in which a village united to form a team to defeat the local British soldiers stationed in the cantonment at a game of cricket, resulting in them not having to pay the crippling land tax. So again, a film on historical themes. In Swadesh, Gowarikar moves into the contemporary. It centers around the NRI NASA scientist Mohan Bhargava, who works on a program to develop a satellite to track and trace precipitation globally. Yet there are some serious questions to be asked by the return of the NRI figure. To what extent do we here see an imposition of Western-influenced narrative around development? As Suvadeep Sinha has pointed out, Ashutosh Gowarikkar's film tries to engage with the material reality of India in order to rewrite the narrative of return of the Indian diaspora and to introduce the question of material responsibility. Out of these considerations, then, emerges also a revised and complicated way with which the cinematic apparatus reconsiders the question of identity vis-à-vis the diasporic subject, recasting it along the lines of civic responsibility. In this respect, the film offers a more complex iteration of the local and the global by posing a more complex question around responsibility, which is played out on the one hand in relation to his Aya Kaveriyamma, to whom she symbolizes the last link to his family and family memories, describing her as his second mother. However, as he gets more and more embroiled in the affairs of the village, he comes to a different realization. Here, his encounters with the school teacher open up a new narrative line of inquiry, while on the one hand he serves as a potential love interest for her, and the other way around, her work in the school becomes a way for Gowarikar to interrogate the question of education, how education is valued by the village elders, and the length Gita goes to keep our educational establishment going. Education then becomes a major driver against the village's problem of casteism, gender bias, and prejudice, which is coupled with the village's struggle for basic facilities, especially electricity supply. What I would argue then is that these films move towards larger gradations of more complex questions of filiation and affiliation associated with an idea of home related here to a search for a motherland and a second mother. Swadesh in particular, in terms of its realist aesthetic, marked a further evolution of the diasporic hero, which in any case forms a large part of Shah Rukh Khan's work on screen. While film trays on some of the cliches, requiring Mohan in particular to relocate himself in India in order to connect with his Indianness, it is his formative experience abroad that allows him to approach his campaign for education for all and activism that counters casteism to succeed. So in this sense then, more broadly speaking, we can then perhaps think how some of these films emerge out of the question of modernity, westernization, and deracination, and presented to us in a different form. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. On the chair, we have with us Professor A.N. Dwivedi, who is an eminent scholar from University of Allahabad. It is a matter of great pride for me to tell that sir has served as one of the jury members of the Sahitya Akademi Award, an annual literary prize given by the Indian government. We also have with us Dr. Joel Kuorti, coming all the way from University of Turku, Finland. Professor Kuorti's major research interests are post-colonial theory, Indian literature in English, transnational identity, to name a few, as the list is really very long. Professor Kuorti is also an international expert on Salman Rushdie's work and has published widely on Rushdie and on Indian English literature in general. I now invite our next key speaker, Professor Nancy Allen Betty. Professor Nancy Allen Betty is the Academic Program Development Manager at Red Deer College, Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. Professor Betty has published extensively on post-colonialism and is said to be an expert on the topic. I request, ma'am, thank you, ma'am, to be on the dais.
Thank you. Om must have told you that. It's the only person I can think of. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm keeping you from your lunch, but I do want to thank you for coming to this session. I also want to thank Om for inviting me to present. I want to thank Chancellor Agarwal, Dr. Singh, Vice Chancellor, with whom I had a chance, I don't see him here now, with whom I had a chance to discuss learning outcomes and student learning yesterday. I'd also like to thank Vijaya Sethi, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, for issuing the formal invitation. Special thanks to Monica, who has been keeping me out of trouble so far. That will soon end. When Om first contacted me about presenting at a conference on the cultures of New India, I was at a bit of a loss as to what to present. At the time, I was rereading Salman Rushdie's Fury, a novel set in New York in 2000. Officially published in US on September 11th, 2001. And to say the least, it's not Rushdie's best-known work of fiction. With regard to the novel, I was captivated by two things. One, that Rushdie seemed to me to have captured uncannily well the spirit of the age in which we currently live. Hyper-accelerated, consumer and celebrity-driven, a society discovering the excitement, possibilities, and pitfalls of the global reach of social media and web-based narrative. This was the new that I was going to talk about. But I was also struck by what I see in Rushdie's novel as a type of misogyny that places a disproportionate emphasis on women's complicity with superficial consumer culture. That was the old I was going to talk about in the paper entitled New Narrative Games, Same Old Roles and Rules, Arrested Development in Salman Rushdie's Fury. So that was the abstract I sent to Om, and that is the paper I wrote. I can prove it, it's in my bag. Sorry to say, even though I will read a bit from Rushdie's Fury today, I will not be giving that paper. which I have slaved over for 3 months. So perhaps turnabout is fair play. Albeit through no fault of your own, you changed the date of the conference and you changed the time allotted to my paper twice. I now have 20 minutes to deliver my paper today, and I don't want to spend it delivering a written paper that offers a textual analysis of a book that most of you probably haven't even read. I changed my mind about what I want to speak about today just yesterday morning, although the idea has been percolating for a while. I've come to realize that what I really wanted to do in talking about Rushdie's novel was to talk about the 3 new challenges that most concern me about the future, our future, the global future. So I will talk, of course, about literature, but I will be talking more broadly than just about Rushdie's fury, and more generally about how we cannot be assured that the future won't look an awful lot like the past. In saying this, I'm reminded of Neil Ten-Cortonar's lament, Pache Baba, no one ever said that the emergent new had to be something we wanted. For the next 20 minutes, or less, you're all hungry, I want to invoke the spirit of Nigerian writer Buchi Emecheta, one of the most socially and politically committed writers I've ever encountered. As most of you are aware, Emecheta died last month, but she has left us with an incredible legacy. Her commitment to women's and Africans' rights permeated everything she wrote. How many of us had the pleasure of encountering the joys of motherhood in our undergraduate or graduate programs? Put up your hand. Who's read The Joys of Motherhood? Oh, well, read it. What a game changer her work was for many of us. So at a time when both feminism and immigration are being challenged by primarily nationalist and nativist backlashes against global migration and women's rights, Emecheta's legacy reminds us that while Western feminism is not the only game in town, women's rights are basic human rights. Hillary was right. And that migration, while often necessary for a variety of reasons, is as painful and can be as damaging to the home society as is accommodating migrants. In part because the results of unchecked global climate change have the potential to dwarf the already unprecedented magnitude of the current refugee crisis, I want to talk about climate change as well. Ultimately, though, because action against women's and migrants' rights and inaction against climate change stem from a common cause, from our inability to understand the way that consumers now access information and our failure to provide mechanisms to prevent the widespread dissemination of fake news, which Tabish talked about. I wanted to talk briefly about the real fake news, not the fake news that Donald Trump says is fake news. Got it? Clearly, I am depressed by what's going on in the US. However, we all know that similar movements are afoot in Europe and that these will have a global impact. I hope you'll forgive me from straying from my topic and will find some of these remarks valuable. In what is a very unusual and unacademic paper for me to give, I'll also be offering some advice. It's not that I have big answers to these big questions, I just want to provoke thought and dialogue. First, let's talk about feminism. Not a new thing, obviously, but new enough perhaps that at least we shouldn't take its successes for granted. When recently in the US and elsewhere, many women my age and older took to the streets to protest some of the moves that the Trump administration has made or threatened to limit women's rights. Indeed, some of the horrific statements that this president of the US has made in the past about women. These older women sounded incredulous. How is it, they asked, that we are back on the picket lines over 100 years, around 100 years after winning the right to vote, almost 60 years after the second wave American feminist movement? How is it that those gains could be threatened and perhaps undone so easily? In his talk yesterday, Jim Hicks told us about a cartoon that showed a sign at a bookstore that read, "Post-apocalyptic fiction has been moved to current events." Indeed, bookstores have noticed that the sales of George Orwell's 1984 have gone up significantly. Just last week, following the airing of a commercial for a new televised adaptation of the book, sales of Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale have gone up as well. Atwood attributes only part of this to the exposure of the ad, and I think she's right. I have to admit that I too have been thinking of picking up and rereading the book, a book I've always thought to be chillingly plausible. Do any of you know The Handmaid's Tale? Excellent. Good. I think most of you know about this book. Written in 1985, the novel portrays a future dystopian world in which a country much like the US is governed by a totalitarian theocracy in which women's reproductive rights and sexuality, indeed their very lives, are heavily controlled by men. Atwood's response to the uptick in sales of her book is interesting. She offers that progress in society shouldn't be viewed as a straight line forever upwards, but rather as a concept full of sudden twists and turns. You are seeing a bubbling of it now, she said. Bubbling up of it now, she said, referring to President Trump's plan to restrict women's health care. It's back to 17th century Puritan values of New England at that time in which women were pretty low on the hierarchy. You can think you are being a liberal democracy, but then, bang, you're Hitler's Germany. We've been warned not to make comparisons to Hitler so easily, but I'll let this one pass. It's Atwood after all. I'm quite aware, of course, that we in this room have divergent opinions on feminism, and it's not my intention to oppose any particular vision of feminism on us today. What I am going to suggest, however, and here comes the advice part, is that in trying to understand the present, the new, we need to turn to the past to see how we got here. Let's look to writers such as Buchiya Chadha, Shashi Deshpande, Nayantara Sehgal, Mahasweta Devi, Anita Desai, some of whom may be considered now too old-fashioned in their attitudes toward women's lives. But as women who have stood on the front lines of whatever we want to call this movement to make women's lives better, they can show us in their fiction, and I want to echo Jim Hicks here and say that I too believe in fiction, the deep psychological structures that underlie the relationships between men and women, between parents and children, and that makes significant, enduring change in those relationships extremely difficult. And here I want to offer some particular advice to Deshpande's critics, although it has applications to other writers as well. It is not only women's silences and pain that are revealed in her novels. Too often, we as feminist critics overlook the male silence and vulnerabilities that are portrayed in these novels. Deshpande has long fought the label women's writer, and I couldn't agree more. We need to read women's writing more carefully. Indeed, we need to break down the silos that would have us talking about women's writing as though it were somehow an aberration from the norm. But just as male writers have particular perspectives, so do women writers. Let's turn to them from time to time as we move forward into an uncertain future. Governments come and governments go, and along with them their policies and laws. Indeed, we have seen across the world how quickly change can sweep through a political system. Women, men, and migrants may see better days ahead as the pendulum shifts the other way. There's a force, however, that according to merely 97% of scientists worldwide, that has reached a tipping point. And unless action is taken soon and on a global scale, no amount of political will or remorse will be able to set things right. I was so pleased to hear Dr. Jindagi Kumari's paper yesterday on Amitav Ghosh's nonfiction book, The Great Derangement, published in 2016, and Salman Rushdie's novel, 2 years, 8 months, 28 nights, published in 2015. Well, I haven't yet read these books. I will. Dr. Kumari's urgent plea for us as critics and readers, indeed as human beings, to pay more attention to climate change is salutary. As Dr. Kumari mentioned, when the topic is covered in a novel, that novel is often relegated to the science fiction category. Again, if 97% of the world's scientists are to be believed, global climate change is science fact, not science fiction. Much of the world is already experiencing the phenomenon, whether or not politicians whose jobs depend on 3 to 5 year mandates are willing to face it. One of the things that drew me to wanting to talk about Salman Rushdie's Fury, published in 2001, today, is precisely Rushdie's engagement with some of the most pressing issues facing us now, today. Ever our canary in the coal mine, Rushdie paints a world rushing headlong into what we are experiencing today under late capitalism. While I am very ambivalent about the novel, I am astonished at Rushdie's ability to capture a particular zeitgeist in such a way as to help us understand it viscerally, rather than merely intellectually. In this novel, Rushdie's main character, the migrant Malik Solanka, experiences a hyper-accelerated, consumerist America that he both excoriates and longs to join. At one point, Solanka muses about the mystifying effects of late capitalism or neoliberal globalism. Quote, "Things appeared to proceed by logic, according to the laws of psychological verisimilitude and the deep inner coherence of metropolitan life. But in fact, all was a mystery. But perhaps his was not the only identity to be coming apart at the seams. Behind the facade of this age of gold, this time of plenty, the contradictions and impoverishment of the Western human individual, or let's say the human self in America, were deepening and widening. Perhaps that wider disintegration was also to be made visible in this city of fiery, jeweled garments and secret ash in this time of public hedonism and private fear. Or as critic Madalena Gonzalez puts it, the triumph of commodification in the novel is portrayed as total, and so the difficulty consists in finding a position outside the market from which to combat its mechanisms. Solanka's response to the environment in which he finds himself is to create the story of a fictional multiverse that is disseminated over the web and which predictably begins to take on a life of its own in the real world. I want to read you just a few passages from the book that describe this universe. This is kind of science fiction-y. It will sound a bit strange, but I'll persevere. I hope you can follow. Akaz Kronos, the great, cynical cyberneticist of the Reek, created the puppet kings in response to the terminal crisis of the Reek civilization. But on account of the flaw in his character, that made him unable to consider the general good. He used them to guarantee nobody's survival or fortune but his own. In those days, the polar ice caps of Galileo 1, the Reek's home planet, were in the last stages of melting. A large stretch of open sea had been sighted at the North Pole. And no matter how high the dikes were built, the moment was not far off when the glory of the Reek, that highest of cultures set in the lowest of lands, which was just then enjoying the richest and most prolonged golden age in its history, would be washed away. The Reek fell into decline. Their artists put down their brushes for good, for how could art, which relied, like good wine, on the judgment of posterity, be created once posterity had been canceled? In that most open, broad-minded, and reasonable of societies, there now arose a number of fire and brimstone preachers who blamed the coming catastrophe on the godlessness of Reek culture. Many citizens fell under the spell of these new, narrow men. Meanwhile, the sea continued to rise. When a dike sprang a leak, the water pushed through with such violence that whole countries were sometimes flooded before repairs were complete. The economy collapsed. Lawlessness increased. People stayed home and waited for the end. The sole surviving portrait of Akaz Kronos shows a man with a full head of long silver hair framing a soft, round, surprisingly boyish face, dominated by a wine-dark Cupid's bow of a mouth. He wears a floor-length gray tunic with gold embroidery at the cuffs and neckline over a frilled, high white-collared shirt, the very picture of dignified genius. But the eyes are mad. As we peer into the darkness around him, we make out fine white filaments floating from his small fingertips. Sorry, just had to get that in. After much study, do we notice the small bronze-colored figure of a puppet man at the bottom left of the picture. And even then, it takes a while before we realize that the puppet has broken free of the puppeteer's control. The homunculus turns its back on its maker and sets off to forge its own destiny, while Kronos, the abandoned creator, takes leave not only of his creation, but of his senses too. Professor Kronos was not only a great scientist, but an entrepreneur of Machiavellian daring and skill. I don't know about you, but I find these passages, written long before 2016, chilling and prophetic. As I said, governments rise and fall, policies and laws come and go. But to delay action on climate change, as seems to be the new course we're set upon, is to doom ourselves and our children to unimaginable misery. As I mentioned previously, the world seems unable to cope with the millions of political and economic refugees on the move right now. How will it deal with millions more that will be fleeing the effects of climate change? Occasionally, I steel myself and read the comments in newspapers. After reading an article on climate change and rising global waters, I read the following comment. I don't know what the problem is. After all, these people can simply move. And so, as Marie Antoinette so wisely said, let them eat cake. The doomsday clock, the clock that counts down toward the annihilation of our species, moved closer to midnight the day after Donald Trump, with his promises of invigorating a carbon-based economy, took office. So what is my advice here? We had a rousing discussion after Dr. Kumari's paper yesterday about personal responsibility to read, to inform ourselves and those around us. But the climate change problem needs to be a concerted effort of governments around the world, and we must exert pressure on them as well. Ultimately, it will take great vision, great coordination, and great sacrifice. Are we up to it? What's the alternative? Doom and gloom I bring you. And I don't think I'll have time to talk about fake news. Oh well. Suffice it to say, I've been reading a lot of communication theory these days. I'm not a communication theorist, but it's fascinating reading, attempting to understand the new ways that information is flowing and the new alliances and allegiances that are being formed. Something is different. Something has changed, and communication theorists have been sounding that warning for some time. I will conclude on a more positive note. Lunch is imminent. You can almost smell it. I want to invoke another visionary woman. As Donna Haraway said back in 1991, I do not know of any other time in history when there was a greater need for political unity to confront effectively the dominations of race, gender, sexuality, and class. I also do not know of any other time when the kind of unity we might help build could be possible. I think Buchi Emecheta would agree. Thank you.
I thank all the dignitaries, Dr. Tabish Khair, Dr. Florian Stadler, Professor Joel Kuarti, Professor Nancy Allen Betty, Professor A.N. Devedi, and Professor Shaikat Majumdar for delivering and being part of an interesting and intellectually rich keynotes. I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, to give the token of thanks to our dignitaries. Dr. Tabish Khair, Dr. Florian Stadler, Dr. Florian Stadler, Professor Joel Kuarti, Professor Nancy Allen Betty, Professor A.N. Devedi, and Professor Shaikat Majumdar. Thank you so much, sir. We are now breaking for lunch. Soon after the lunch break, the technical sessions will commence from 3 o'clock. The technical sessions will be from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. All the participants and respected chairpersons are requested to take their seats in their respective rooms. After the academically enriching technical sessions, we will once again meet at the main ground for the photography session at 4:15 followed by the valedictory ceremony at 4:30. I once again draw your attention to the time. Technical session from 3 to 4 p.m. 4:15. I'm sorry. The technical session is from 3 to 4:15. Tea break is from 4:15 till 4:30. And we would assemble at 4:30 at the main stage for the valedictory ceremony. Thank you. May I have your kind attention, please? The hospitality team.
From Allahabad, between the revolution of internet, social media and changing culture of society. I would like to tell you the rules for presenting a paper. There will be 7 minutes for each presenter and 3 minutes will be for question answer. After 6 minutes, there will be one warning bell. Thank you.
On Indian culture, as we are describing everything, telling everything, and the main topic of this international conference is Indian culture. So my topic of social media is also going to relate Indian culture. I would just like to tell you something in brief, that the Indian society today is the new high-tech society, which is extremely dependent on social networking. Everything that was offline earlier, now that has been online, and we know that this is why we are doing, so that we can bridge up the gap between the traditional and the modernity. Now, we should know that what is culture. When we are talking everything about culture, this conference is about culture. So what is culture? According to me, it is a mixture of mental, physical, intellectual and creative aspects of a society. And when we are talking about our Indian culture, then what is our Indian culture? It is all about our ideas, our conceptions, our qualities, our relationships, our courtesies. That is what the web of beliefs that we call as culture. I would just like to tell you that one research I have gone through, according to a study conducted by the Pew Research Center, India will have world's largest population of Hindus and Muslims by 2050. India is expected to have about 311 million Muslims, making up around 19 to 20% of the population, and yet about 1.3 billion Hindus are projected to live in India, comprising around 76% of the population. Now the objectives of my research paper is to review the history of Indian culture, to understand how social media influences our Indian culture, to formulate social media techniques, the pros and cons of our Indian culture. First of all, I would like to tell that what are the factors of social media that influence our Indian culture? Now, as you can see that quality of the content, that means every kind of content is easily available on the internet. We are all very familiar to that. And that quality is not at all judged or screened or has been gone through any of the test before just giving it on the internet. It is just easily available, and even a small child, if he is trying to study, if he is trying to take out the study material, then also those inadequate ads interrupt the child's mind. Is this how we will create our culture? Is this how social media will create our culture? Like this we will develop by all these kinds of things? The accessibility is so easy, usability is so easy, even the security things, the passwords, a small child also can cross all those passwords and can enter into adultery and can see all those nonsense and nuisance kinds of websites. Is this what social media is really giving to India? Like this we will develop? But we should always know that there are some positive points also, that the world has come closer. Now we can talk to another person sitting in any of the country. Exposure is also given. Support, definitely we are getting support, because social media now nothing is there in our hands. We are learning from each other. Now increased appreciation is also there because it is unique. When it is handmade, it is yours, then it is definitely be appreciated, and truth is exposed. Now I would like to say that impact of social media on India. Now what is the impact? First of all, we all know that politics is all about now, because when these political leaders, they don't have time, so they go into all these social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, to influence, to convince the people. Like we all know that election is coming, it's just tomorrow, so we will see definitely how it will affect. Even all the recent lectures by Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi got huge social media attention. Now social media is also in recruitment. Now gone are those days when we used to look into newspapers. Now we can go to LinkedIn, make our profiles, put your resume over there, and then you will usually be, and you will easily be hired by the companies present over there. Now social media is in business also. Now we all know that all the leading brands, all the leading companies, they are supposed to make their pages on the Facebook. Why? So that they can have that interpersonal relationships. They can know what their consumers are thinking. So they can interact with the consumers. They can give feedback to the consumers to gain the trust. It is also in IPL, social media and career. You can find jobs on internet very easily. Techniques from Alexander the Great. I have found out Alexander the Great and what he did as he ruled the world. I have found out 4 mainly things which I have tried to see those things in my social media. And then there are pros and cons of social media, as I have discussed earlier. There are some risks and dangers also. Caution, we can say that illusion of privacy, safety and security in the digital world should be taken care of. Now, managerial implication is there. We have to, at the theoretical level, theories of youth friendship formation and adolescence need to incorporate this emerging digital divide that affects the opportunities and impact of digital-based exclusions and peer groups. Thank you. Just one line I'm ending with. We don't have a choice whether we do social media. The question is how well we do it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from audience? Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Ms. Richa Singh from Lucknow. Ms. Richa Singh. Ms. Shweta Verma. Ms. Shweta Verma. Next, Mr. Amrish Khare from Allahabad. Ms. Surabhi Modi Sahai. Paper title Ek Ladka, Ek Ladki, a study of female subjectivity in 21st century popular cinema.
Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is actually on gender and Bollywood, but I think they have coalesced two sessions, so it's not on social media. As the title of the paper reads, Ek Ladka, Ek Ladki, a study of the female subjectivity in 21st century popular Indian cinema, not any other cinema. So popular Indian cinema is my academic term for Bollywood, since it's an academic conclave and we should refrain from using a term with a lot of this thing. This paper traces the semiotics of the female characters through the lens of feminist psychoanalytic film criticism, which is based on Lacanian and Freudian psychoanalysis. It focuses on the discussion of the female subject, whether there is a female subject or not, and the question of female subjectivity through leading female actors of a few films which I have selected randomly across the 21st century. And before going further, I'll also tell you, first I'm going to define the word subject and subjectivity with respect to Lacan and Freud. And then I will be dealing with psychoanalytic feminist dealings of Lacan, because Lacanian and Freudian study are essentially studies that talk about the male and the symbolic. So how the subject forms, what is behind the formation of any subject, and then how we are dealing with it in 21st century when we talk about feminism, films, and popular Indian cinema, which is celebrating big movies like Pink and Dangal as feminist films. So what is the role of the woman on screen? And these women are studied by the role accorded to them in the symbolic, which is the site of the other and the place of the interplay of all desire. It also traces their role as the objects of the male desire and as the bearer of meaning in a man's narrative, and not as producers of meaning. So are women on Indian screen still bearers of meaning or producers of screen? And does she have any critical role in the narrative, or is she just a site for the male play of desires? These questions find their answer through works of various film theorists like Laura Mulvey, Kaja Silverman, Julia Kristeva, and Mary Ann Doane, among others, and they are studied through the lens or theories of fetishism, gaze, voyeurism, and Oedipal complex. Thus, this twofold question of female subjectivity is discussed here. The subject is read as two subjects, the actor, which is the subject of enunciation, and the audience, which is the subject of as an interpretant or as an announced. So in any film study, subject formation happens at two stages, once in the plot and the other in the audience, which is sutured into the cinema. André Bazin spoke about cinema, and he said that it's an enclosed theater, and you are there amidst many people, but you are sitting there and watching the film alone. So the vicarious thrills which the cinema offers. So before further delay, I'll first get into the topic of psychoanalytic subject formation. If psychoanalysis examines the relations of the subject in discourse, then psychoanalytic film theory primarily examines subjectivity vis-a-vis notions of meaning production. That is, viewing of a film and subject formation are reciprocal processes. Something of our unconscious, I'm quoting Sheridan here, something of our unconscious identities as subject is reinforced in film viewing, and film viewing is effective because of our unconscious participation. Moving from the interpretation of individual films to a systematic comprehension of the cinematic institution itself, some film theorists saw psychoanalysis as a way of accounting for the cinema's immediate and pervasive social powers. So while it depicts what is shown on screen, why do I study Bollywood or Indian popular cinema? Because it's a mass cinema. Almost 99% of Indians watch Bollywood and Indian popular cinema. And while it depicts what's shown on screen, it also motivates future action. Therefore, any gender study or feminist study is very relevant on the Indian popular screen. Now, subjectivity is a phallic discussion. Narration of any story is about sexual difference, and it is a male discursive mastery story. These are the themes of what I'm going to talk about. And why is subjectivity a phallic notion comes straight from the mirror stage, which is described by Lacan, and finds its way into the image of the maternal imago, which Lacan calls the maternal imago. Subject formation is a direct response to the unquenched desire of the weaning complex. The weaning complex being when a child is separated from his or her mother's breast, there is this huge consciousness, there is this huge unfulfilled desire to stick to the mother's breast. So from there begins the notion of subjectivity. So, and it is formed on the maternal imago, which is formed over there. Finally, there is the paternal imago, which is inserted, which is Lacan's version of the Freudian Oedipal complex. This paternal imago reproduces a desexualized child, primarily because of its inherent subversive nature. The paternal authority represses sexuality and at the same time serves as the model of sexual adulthood for the narcissistic child. So this leads to disavowal or castration. So subject formation happens in two ways. One is the maternal imago and the other is the rule of the father. And these two are constantly at interplay on the Indian screen. Because of lack of time, I would want to move on quickly to the analysis of the Indian popular cinema. From its characteristic approaches to set and costume design to such distinctive motifs, pictorial song sequences, arbitrarily shot in Switzerland. So these are some of the characteristic features of Indian popular cinema. The two movies which have emerged from here as a result, and I want to go on to them directly and say why they are problematic movies, is one of the movies that I want to discuss over here is Pink, and the other is English Winglish. Now, on the Indian screen, we have the image of a mother through Mehboob Khan's very, very epic milestone movie, which is Mother India. The other mother which I want to talk about on the screen is English Winglish. It's another movie on the plight of a woman as mother, yet she's a battered woman, not physically, but emotionally. And unlike Radha was in Mother India and Mehboob Khan, Nargis Dutt, Shashi is not deified and worshipped at the altar, and nor is she the emblem of Nehruvian socialism, but her story is an everyday story and brings to the fore the semiotics of a woman with no discursive agency. May I just finish these 2 pages, sir? Thank you. But the one who is the object of the symbolic, a mere facilitator, and truly the one reproducing agent. So the role of a mother always is reduced to reproduction and procreation. In another story about which I want to talk is a movie Parched. In Parched, Lajjo is one of the protagonists there, played by Radhika Apte, aptly says, "Acha hua main बांझ हूँ, अगर मेरे जैसी बांझ ना होती, तो कितने बच्चे हर जगह होते." Which translates into, thank God I am infertile. Had there not been many infertile women like me, the whole world would be teeming with more children. So this sums up what I want to say about the agency of a woman on screen. She is a mother, but she is deified, and a deification results in further enslavement to the cause. Because we put her on the altar, we leave her with no freedom for her sexual motivation, for her own desires. It's quite another matter that in the film Parched, the plot cleverly, now Parched could be seen as a feminist film, but what happens in the end, this line Lajjo says right in the beginnings of the movie, but in the end of the movie, the plot cleverly completes her trajectory in the film and she is impregnated, not by her own husband, but by another man. So every time Indian cinema tries to free the woman gets encaged all over again. So while Lajjo proudly talks about being a banch, which is a tabooed question in our society, in the end of the film, she gets impregnated and her trajectory as a woman is completed. And the last movie that I want to quickly talk about is Pink. While Pink at every step persecuted the female and reinforced her vulnerability, it again falls into the genre of politicizing the female cause, her freedom to be, her cultural bearings, her limited avenues. Okay. To sum up, I would just like to say that films like Pink and all are hailed as feminist texts. I feel that they are not feminist texts at all because at their heart is for women's suffering, which is glamorized and left open to the male gaze. And even in Pink, these three protagonists could not stand up for their own cause. They needed a superman like Mr. Amitabh Bachchan as a super lawyer Deepak Sehgal to free them and give them justice in society. But please note there were other male characters in the film. Falak's boyfriend who alienates her in the movie, he says she is not good for her little girl. So Falak, because she got engrossed in a case where women were freely drinking and all, her boyfriend left her. So does the female audience get the freedom to move about and drink? Will we have more female adventure movies in Bollywood? Because Dil Chahta Hai, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, they are all male buddy movies. One female buddy movie was made for Bollywood, which is Pink, and look what happened. They got persecuted, the woman got battered, the woman was nearly assaulted. So let's think about Bollywood and feminism in newer terms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from audience? Mike.
Oh, yes, sir.
So, why you consider that motherhood is not part of feminism? Means motherhood and feminism both are.
No, sir. I definitely consider.
You gave the example of the Radhika Apte.
Yes.
And your logic was because she said that. So at the end, the purpose is defeated of moving a feminist movie.
Yes, sir.
So, on why do you think so? What's your thought about it? That's what I want to know.
Yes, sir. Motherhood is definitely a part of feminism, but the problem is that a woman's role is left only to motherhood. That's my problem. And what happens with nouveau feminists who are just beginners, they feel that they will become feminists if they talk against motherhood. Now, both are problematic. One is problematic because for the man, a woman's role, I wanted to quote Laura Mulvey, I can't find her. So Laura Mulvey, in her epic seminal essay, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, says that a woman's role is only as an object and facilitator. How does she facilitate? By procreating. And then the same woman teaches patriarchal values to her kids. So a mother is a woman's first teacher, but look what the mother is made to teach. And if she has any more desires, if she wants to talk about sexual liberation, if she wants to talk about, in Parched, the foreplay part is talked about. Women are just left to brutal sex in the movie. Their desires are not taken into consideration. That is the thing that the film Parched explores. So the problem is only motherhood, that they just have to be impregnated and it should not give them any pleasure, is my area of concern. Now this is again problem because now a woman wants to free herself from motherhood to be able to assert herself. So both are problematic things. That is why we need some common ground and discussion in between. So I have no problems with motherhood, I have problems with deification. By saying that since you are a mother, you cannot be sexually liberated. Since you are a mother, you have to be a deified object. That's my only concern. Thank you. Oh.
Next question. Please, mic the.
Yeah, I was very intrigued by your observation that a mother teaches a child patriarchy. I
Yes.
think that's a very important point that you make.
Very important, sir.
And I was wondering if you could say a little more about that, because patriarchy, in a sense, is not tied to a woman. It is an ideology which transcends. It's an ideology of gender dominance, but it's not tied to women practitioners as such. So would you say a little more about how women become the vehicle and the champions of patriarchy?
So what happens is that this is this universe which I love Laka because he really created this universe. I have issues with it. I am not able to free myself from it. So Laka says that the moment a mother happens, at the same time, a son, usually they study the son and mother, that dyad is studied. So this dyad is Freud and Laka's core study. And the moment a mother happens, a son happens. Now, when the son happens, there starts the son's trajectory of stepping into language. Before the son steps into language, for him, his mother is everything. There is a huge mirror stage theory which Laka has given. And, it talks about how the mother invariably is the first teacher. The son observes the mother. She is fully mobile, in control of her organs, while the son, who is merely an infant, has no control over bodily movements. Now, that's why it starts idolizing his mother. As soon as the son steps into language, the idol becomes the father. And the mother's role is of a mere facilitator in this patriarchal society because she is expected not to just teach the son alphabet and letter and numbers, but how to emulate the father. Now, the son's primary love is the mother. Because of the weaning complex, he loves the mother. He cannot be separated from a mother's breast. But the father's thumb prevents the son from attaching to the mother. So this is the heart of Oedipal trajectory that every son has to go through. And because of this unfulfilled desire, the man looks for happiness outside. And cinema provides that one happiness where the person steps into the imaginary and starts imagining that it is close to its first love. Now, if a mother dares to step out of it, not only will she be a pariah to society, the son will also go down with her. Therefore, the son emulates the father, mother is supposed to teach that, and this vicious cycle cannot be broken because language is made up of this trajectory. So all the feminist film theories of the West talk about how women have to make inroads into this problematic situation by using the same language because that's the language which all of us are speaking. And this is becoming more and more impossible every day. So we can have a long chat about it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mr. Prasanjit Panda. Ms. Malika Tiwari and Ms. Sonia Singh. Ms. Poonam Yadav and Ms. Sarika Singh. Ms. Leena Singh from Lucknow. Mr. Shivendra Kumar Nigam. Ms. Richa Singh. Ms. Yusera Ahmed and Mr. Mohammad Anis from Lucknow. Paper title, Lucknow Chicken, Handicraft Industry and Bollywood Culture.
Good afternoon to all present here. The title of my research paper is Lucknow Chicken Handicrafts Industry and Bollywood Culture. This basically deals about the topic of my research paper, where do I need to start? Okay. Lucknow Chicken Handicraft Industry and Bollywood Culture. This basically deals about the effect of Bollywood on the chicken handicrafts of Lucknow. Chicken handicrafts are famous from Lucknow. To start with, chicken handicrafts, it's a world famous embroidery which almost everybody is aware of, and to add to its popularity, almost every Bollywood celebrity has been seen wearing this embroidery. To name a few, I mean, we all are aware of such names. We all are aware of these names. Deepika Padukone, Kareena Kapoor, Aishwarya Rai, Jaya Bachchan, Pariniti Chopra, Alia Bhatt, Bipasha Basu, Karishma. I mean, almost every celebrity has been seen wearing a chicken handicraft dress at some or the other time as an attire or as a costume. Lucknow Chicken Handicrafts got its GI registration in December 2008. That is where we start with the branding of the chicken handicrafts, and at present also we don't have a lot of brands or to say which could make it famous. But there are some designers like Sabyasachi, Ritu Kumar, Manish Malhotra, Sandeep Khosla and Abu Jani who have worked in this field and have had fashion shows only for chicken handicraft products. And there are also some NGOs which are trying to help the artisans stitch their garments better and directly selling to the people so that they could remove the work of middlemen and the artisans could get better profits from the craft. So now to state a little of review of related literature which I have gone through, I would like to state the movie Anjuman, which is a Bollywood movie and came out in the year 1986. It was directed by Muzaffar Ali and it was starred Shabana Azmi and Farooq Sheikh, and it was set in Lucknow. This movie showcased the problems of the chicken handicraft workers, which relates showing that this area requires focus and has been a problem since 1986, which continues even today. Now, to define what Cummins in 1989 defined as celebrity as an individual who is known to the public for his or her achievements in areas other than that of product class endorsed. I took the definition of brand image, which Keller gave in 1993 as perceptions about a brand as reflected by the brand associations held in memory. The person can relate it to favorability, uniqueness, strength, and also other success factors related to that brand. I would also like to state that Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, she wore a blush pink chicken curry sari when she went to the gala dinner held in the honor of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. Because this, what I've tried to study is the celebrity endorsement and chicken handicraft industry. There's also significant effect of advertisements in this industry. Michael et al. In 2013, they have advertisers regularly pursue strategies designed to attract attention to their communication and to distinguish their product from competing products in the hope of influencing purchase. That is where the effect of Bollywood people and celebrities comes into this study. These people, Michael et al., they try to study the effect of two-sided celebrity endorsement, which was not only telling the positives about your product, also stating the negatives of other products in some way to give a greater positive impact of the to make a greater positive impact of the advertisement. Now, this is a study of like the classical conditioning that we study in advertisements. The endorser promotes a product and it ultimately gives a positive feeling and perceptions. That is what has been studied by Tom et al. In 1992, that as similar, like we have the classical conditioning, the same work is done by an endorser to a product. I've also taken the this has been taken from B. Zafar Erdogan from 1999. He stated the potential advantages, hazards, and the preventive tactics that were required for celebrity endorsements. The advantages were increased attention, image polishing, brand introduction, brand repositioning, underpin global campaigns. And linked to every advantage, there was a disadvantage, like if you don't do the advertisement successfully, you land into an hazard. So the hazards could be stated as overshow the brand, public controversy, image change and overexposure, image change and loss of public recognition, and it has been expensive. There were preventive tactics that were given for every action. Now, what I have tried to study, make the study based on some primary data, which has been done, taken into account this Ohanian 1992 constructed tri-component celebrity endorser credibility scale, in which there are 3 factors: attractiveness, trustworthiness, and expertise. And these have been classified further, which I have taken into account to study this. The objective of the study was to that is there a significant effect of gender on the urban consumer preference for celebrity endorsement for chicken craft? That is there a difference of gender in people while opting or purchasing the chicken handicraft products? This study could be done much more better if we had for some famous brands, and the geographical scope could have been widened to a great extent. Another objective of the study is to find how consumer feels, specifically the consumers of Lucknow area, because they can associate with this chicken handicraft, how they feel when they see the craft on screen. The hypothesis that I had taken into consideration was that there is no significant effect of gender on urban consumers in their preference for celebrity endorsements for chicken handicrafts. The population was urban people living in Lucknow city area. Sampling was convenient sampling was used. The sample size of 100 taken into consideration, and both male and female data was collected from both male and female chicken handicraft consumers, and structured questionnaire was used, and to analyze the test, the Man-Whitney test was used. This is a table which, after analysis, showed that the data was not normal, as the significance was less than 0.05. Then I analyzed the data using Man-Whitney test, all the questions that I had to analyze the difference between the perceptions of male and female, what effect they have of celebrity endorsement. So in most of the cases, it was found that the effect of celebrity endorsement was more on females compared to males. Males were least interested in choosing the product because of a celebrity. That was what the study found out, that females were more affected. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from audience? Technical team, please provide the mic.
Hello, very good evening, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Joel. Ma'am, to what extent the Bollywood has been the advertisement vehicle for the chicken work?
So, that is what I tried to mention, that people are affected when they see Bollywood celebrities wearing chicken handicraft products. But this study could have been much more better if we had some brands related to chicken handicraft. I mean, that is a problem that we have in this unorganized industry. We don't have established brands. We have some popular names who are selling those products. Some are good exporters, some sell it locally, some give very good conditions to the artisans. I mean, there are a few whom we can name. Sewa is providing good condition to the artisans. There's Nazrana, who is very good in exporting. We have local retailers, so to say. But we don't have any established brands for this unorganized sector, though it is exported a lot. So, what I could study was when the people see it in movies, when people see it in page 3 part of the newspaper, when they see it in some functions. I mean, that is what I have tried to study, and the effect, what people feel, and analyze the results.
So you mean to say that GI indication will not only will not help to that extent unless and until it has been branded and advertised properly?
Obviously, at present, I mean, we had its GI registration in 2008, but till today, still there is no very significant effect of the GI registration that some advantage that chicken handicrafts could have achieved only because of the GI registration. There is nothing like that. And there are merely 13 people who have registered for the GI tag. I mean, that is a very big problem that we are going through in spite of saying that we have a GI registration, but the people have not registered for the GI tag. I mean, that is, we cannot progress because of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to announce the name of the presenters if any one of you is present. Ms. Leena Singh, Mr. Shivendra Kumar Nigam, Ms. Richa Singh, Ms. Shweta Verma, Mr. Amrish Khare, Mr. Prasanjit Panda, Ms. Malika Tiwari and Ms. Sonia Singh, Ms. Poonam Yadav and Ms. Sarika Singh. Thank you. I would like to request our chairperson to please give your valuable comments and conclude the session.
Very good afternoon to all of you. The irony of life is that we read to contradict and confute. We read to believe and take for granted. We read to find talk and discourse, but we do not weigh and consider. It should be the other way around. Read not to contradict and confute, not to believe and take for granted, not to find talk and discourse, but to weigh and consider. It requires, whether you read, whether you write, whether you speak, whether you are making a presentation, you have to convince, whether it is literature to life, whether it is social media, whether it is Bollywood, whether you are talking of cinema, whether you are talking of feminism, you find ultimate thing is you have to convince. If you have heard the names of Aristotle, Plato, Longinus, Boccaccio, these are some of the stalwarts in the history of English literature. They said that if you write anything, and if it does not teach you, the purpose is lost. If it does not give you the poetic truth of life, or the dramatic truth of life, or in these cases, the presentations which were made by 3 of our presenters related to handicraft, related to feminism, related to social media, the ultimate goal is how you present things and how you convince. The paper has been written by you. You have read it day and night, wrote day and night. But then at the end, the job of the presenter is how best you convince it. And if you convince, that is the satisfaction of life. I would like to tell you, there is a very famous poem by Percy Bysshe Shelley, To a Skylark. We look before and after and pine for what is not. The irony of life is that we are not satisfied with what we have. We are dissatisfied with what we do not have. So my humble submission is that we have referred, the presenters have referred how well we can use social media. We heard about gender and Bollywood. We heard about terms like semiotics, psychoanalysis, female subjectivity, relationship between subject and subjectivity, feminism, the role of women on a screen, the child and mother relationship, Bollywood and feminism, how mother teaches a child, these topics, they are very deep, and the presenters, they can keep on and on and on, but at the end of the day is how well you convince. With these words, I thank all the presenters, and we heard, especially I myself, being a man of literature, I heard some of the deliberations which I had never heard before. And for me also it is a matter of great learning that how social media, cinema, and topics like feminism, they can be related to the moralistic aspects of life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Mukul Mishra to please present a memento to our chairperson. Thank you, sir. I'll request all the presenters to please stay back as we are having valedictory ceremony right here. Tea will be after the valedictory session. I'll request all of you to please assemble for valedictory session.
A gentle reminder, we are starting with the valedictory ceremony in next 5 minutes. People are requested to be seated at the main stage, please. Thank you. All the participants are requested to assemble at the main stage for the valedictory ceremony. Thank you. Welcome back. I now request Professor A.K. Singh, Professor Shaukat Majumdar, respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Janet Wilson, Director-Ing Professor B.M. Dikshit, and Dean Humanities to grace the stage. We are glad to come to a great conclusion of this international conference. To seek the guidance and blessing from a learned and splendid scholar, I now call upon Professor A.K. Singh on the dais. Professor A.K. Singh was formerly the Vice Chancellor of Babasaheb Ambedkar University and is now serving at IGNU, that is Indira Gandhi National Open University, as a Vice Chancellor. Sir is an expert on comparative poetics and contemporary poetics, on literary theory and criticism, and interdisciplinary studies. Sir, can we have you on the dais, please? Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Wilson, Professor Sekat, Professor Dikshit, other colleagues, scholars, and the survivors of the seminar. First of all, let me set it right. I am not the Vice Chancellor of IGNU. I am simply a professor there. So that record is to be, but facts are facts, which at least I cannot afford to fiddle with. Let me, at the outset, thank the Vice Chancellor, sir, and Dr. Dwivedi for having me here and giving an opportunity to share a few things in this session, which is suffering from what I would like to say Shashi Tharoor effect. I understand the way Tavish ji had to compress himself. He succeeded considerably by putting across a few ideas. I have to fight for this, and maybe I'll, to an extent, be in a position to share it with you. I would focus on a few things which are often assumed, but often remain inarticulated in literary discourses, particularly on the discourse like the present one. If I put the gist of what I have to say, I can share it with you. That is, at present, if we think of cultures of New India, then people do speak about demonetization because they are affected by it, but the culture that remains unmentioned is the culture of deliteraturization and deculturization that is prevalent in the country. It is in this light that we have to think of the second point, and the second point is that in this project of deculturalization, the major shift that has taken place is that the two polarities of the discourse are that the discourse has moved from self to selfie. The culture present at the moment is selfie culture, which is supported by ICT market as the technology of neo-capitalism that is defining and in a way shaping this particular discourse. Third thing, if we think in terms of manifestations of contemporary cultures in India, then basically the shift is from discourse of devotion to discourse of assertion. That is from what I would say, if these two terms are known to you, from discourse of Shakti, that is the discourse of power, which has replaced the discourse of devotion that lasted in this country for about 1800 years, that is 7th century Andal, that the poetess that wrote in Tamil, and Ganga Sati, who died in 1895. These are the shifts that we have to take note of, and we have to think in terms of another thing, that if we will think in terms of literary cultures, or what we say cultures now, as they're articulated in literature, perhaps we will have to think beyond Indian writing in English. We will have to think of Indian writing in English plus what is being written in Indian languages, the best of which, fortunately or unfortunately, due to faults of ours, is not available in English. Therefore, if we come to conclusion on the basis of the 5 discourses or 4 major discourses of assertion going on in the country, the possibility is we may arrive at some wrong conclusions. We have to supplement the multiple discourses that are prevalent around us. Let me elaborate these 3 basic points. I do away with the rest. The fact is that in India we have to think of new in a different way, because new may be old in India. The reason for that is, if you look at the discussion, then the book that Anand Kumar Swami wrote, Time and Eternity, there he speaks about moments that collapse, and the sequence of moments become what we know as eternity. In this eternity, there is nothing like origin, nothing like end. Therefore, what is there is simply one position of continuity. Therefore, when we have to think of new India, we have to think in terms of what we know as new, not in disjunction or in disruption with the past. Newness is there, but there is a kind of continuity in that newness, and that would define what we often say about India, because of its vastness, because of its rich heritage, past, rich culture, multiplicity of cultures, because multiplicity at times becomes a burden if we are not able to handle it properly. The thing is that we often say in lighter vein that whatever you say about India is right. The opposite is also right. It is because India is often thought in terms of a python whose tail may be in the Middle Ages, but the mouth may be in the 21st century. It is this that disallows us to fix the discourse of newness. So new India we have to think of not in disjunction, but if it has been articulated in the best possible way to the best of my knowledge, on the one hand in terms of forms, when we find in Mark, because Kalidas was referred to in the morning, but Mark was not, what he says is, newness is there, but what kind of newness is there? Newness at the level of forms. Chade chade yan navatam upayati tadaiva rupam ramaniyataya. That is, whatever attains newness at every moment is what we call is beautiful, good, and so on. But on the other hand, what we find that this newness at the level of forms is decided in other term, which is in fact, somebody from Allahabad or somebody from Banaras would be able to understand that Hajari Prasad Dwivedi wrote a novel, Punarnava. And in that novel, he speaks about the renewal mechanism. And this renewal mechanism is that, like what he says is, newness in India is like a tree sheds off its leaves in the month of autumn, then new leaves come. Some old leaves may also remain. And then this continuity goes on. So when we think in terms of cultures of New India, then we have to think in terms of newness as it is defined in terms of renewal, that this culture has been doing through renewal mechanism in multiple forms. Culture is one of the means of achieving that renewal or that newness. I do not know how to come to a kind of consensus understanding for India in terms of culture. Leave aside Claude Lévi-Strauss's basic distinction when he thinks of binaries between nature and culture. In a lecture in 1954, Acharya Narendra Dev defined culture in a different way. I will try to translate that small sentence in English. He says that culture is the yield of the field called consciousness. That is, Sanskriti chitta ki bhumi ki kheti hai. Now, if this is yield or the harvest of the field called consciousness, then the question would be, it is this field that determines the kind of product that would be there. And it is this field that needs to be examined, and the field can be examined only in terms of three terms. Again, they are used. That is time, space, and class. In Sanskrit, the three terms that they use, they are Desh, Kal, and Kul. Kul does not mean family or clan. Kul here means class. So these three things determine what would be the manifestations of culture in different ways. If we get hold of these two categories, because still our discourses are not held in a state of cognitive decolonization. Because if we need to discuss culture, we have to use different terms, the terms that are more suitable, and the kind of term that will lead to a kind of composite poetics. So these terms would help in understanding the manifestation of culture. If we have to do that, then I need to leave this point here and move to the other discourse. And the other discourse, other narrative of the discourse is that in the Indian context, if you look at, initially, like all major civilizations of the world, the major question used to be, what is self? Narad was one who was concerned with it. He went to Sanat Kumar and he says, I have learnt all Shastras, I have got the knowledge of all Shastras, I have become Mantravid, knower of all systems of knowledge. Then Sanat Kumar says, when you know all, then what do you want to know? Then he says, I am Mantravid, but I am not Atmavid. I know Shastras, I know learned discourses, but I do not know what is myself. In the Greek temple of Oracle of Delphi, the two major statements that are written, one of the walls has a message inscribed, and the message inscribed is, in English, know thyself. Come to 16th century, in Indian civilization, Greek civilization, come to Shakespeare, your Shakespeare, through Polonius says, to thy own self be true. It is the self that is in the center. The problem is that between 16th and by the end of the 20th century, with the advent of ICT and social media, the major change that took place was that the self led to a kind of narcissism. And this narcissism was in a way related to the discourse of identity that prevailed in Europe from 16th century onwards and in India from 19th century onwards. That is when the identities used to take their shapes. At the moment, this narcissism, vulgar narcissism, has taken a new shape. And what is it? On the surface, it appears as if we are taking selfie, but it is a symptom of a major disease, that is society and the individuals, they are so engrossed in themselves that they have nothing to bother, they have nobody else to see, nobody else to what Tavish ji said in the morning, contemplate or meditate, because that needs time. So when we are too engrossed with ourselves, how shall we think about others? How shall we meditate or contemplate on the text that is in the form of literature? Between this, if you look at the moment, the manifestation of this culture is that more or less 5 or 6 discourses are in existence. And these discourses, if you look at, they include Dalit discourse in India, which is related to the black aesthetics movement, feminist movement in India, and it is in multiple stages. There may be, first stage of feminism in some places, and there may be third stage of feminism or post-feminism in some places. But the discourse exists, and it has played its role in liberating the kind of society in which patriarchy dominated the matriarchal order. That's an important discourse. Third important discourse is the discourse that is diaspora discourse, diasporic discourse. Fourth important discourse is the discourse that we know as the regional discourse, or what I call Kshetra, because Kshetra is a major cognitive category in Indian thinking. And those who wish to refer to it have to read Rajshekhar's Kavya Mimamsa, written in 9th century, where he speaks of Chakra and Chakravarti, how the cultural manifestations take place. Wonderful sociological text written in that century in any of the languages. This is regional discourse. Then tribal and oral discourses. If you look at these major discourses that are there in New India, all of them, if you reduce them to one point, all of them happen to be discourse of identity. This discourse of identity is to be seen in the light of the discourse of selfie that subsequently we find manifested in the first decade of the 21st century. This discourse of identity was basically about assertion of individuals, communities, regions, and that they had suffered at one point or other. During the freedom struggle, what we saw, these identities were backgrounded, because the basic purpose was to attain independence first and then think of identity, linguistics identity, regional identity, caste and community identity. So in the post-50s, all of them developed. Here what is important is that be it in English in India, be it in Indian languages, like take for instance Hindi, or you think in terms of Bangla, or you think of Urdu or any other language, what has happened is that these 5 or 6 major discourses are the discourses in which we can find cultural manifestations of the way this society is thinking. One good thing that has happened in this period is that now people have become conscious of their intrasectionality and intersectionality as well. That within these discourse there are intersections. And what are these intersections? That within Dalit discourse there is feminist discourse. Within feminist discourse there is Dalit discourse. In diasporic discourse there is feminist discourse, Dalit discourse, community discourse. this intersectionality and intersectionality has earned the attention of our scholarships in the days to come. And this is to be seen in the light of their counterparts in multiple Indian languages, languages which have script, languages that are just oral without any script. Say, for instance, in the Northeast in particular, or maybe in the areas like Jharkhand that we have. The issue that is there is, if one has to look at this entire phenomenon, issue is that where would these discourses ultimately lead us to? I think India as a society is mature enough to deal with the discourse of identity because, or discourses of identities. Because if discourse of identity is an image of what one is, then the identities are self-imposed, other-imposed, self-constructed, and other-constructed. I think in the days to come, the stage will be there when we shall be able to receive these identity-specific discourses in relation to each other in an interrelated manner. And there shall be a kind of shift from what we know as binaryism today, from binaryism to continuum. Without, if excessive emphasis on binaryism leads to discourse of discord. And basic difference between discourse of humanities and social sciences is that humanities, despite being conscious of differences, ultimately integrate different discourses. This integration is what would lead to a kind of continuum, and that would certainly be a stage that maybe in a few decades, maybe I'm a little more optimistic than anyone else, but ultimately these discourses have to lead to that particular stage. This feminist discourse will ultimately lead to woman discourse in India. Because wherever you put ism, whatever entity, wherever you put ism as a suffix, then ism becomes more important than the entity. Nationalism, feminism, you put the ism and then that entity gets sidelined. That is what will be taken care in the days to come, and ultimately a new phase of the discourse will begin that will transcend binaries and move to a kind of continuum that is there. It is going on. It is a little too early to comment on what kind of situation will be there, but it is possible for us to conclude in terms of what the great poet Allama Iqbal had once said. He wrote a beautiful poem, and in that poem what he says is, perhaps the evolution of this universe is not yet over. Perhaps the evolution of this universe is not yet over. That is why continuously a sound is coming from this entire universe. Work is on, work is on. Exact line in Urdu is, ये कायनात अभी ना तमाम है शायद, ये कायनात अभी ना तमाम है शायद, आ रही है इसीलिए सदाए सदाए दनादन, कुन फये कुन, कुन फये कुन, कुन फये कुन. Work is on, work is on. The discourse that will come into existence will be determined by the years to come, but it will not be a universalist, reductionist, hierarchical, but it would be a discourse of flourishing diversity, which would again not be the final one, but it will be a moment, it will be a churn, in a moment in that entirety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enriching and intellectual speech. I regret the mistake that I made. I now request before we proceed further, I now request our VC sir to honor and felicitate our guest with the token of thanks. I now request Professor Shaukat Majumdar to come on the podium for a talk on the work Literature as Sin. Sir, can we have you on the podium, please? Thank you.
Thank you for hanging on till the last moment. Survivors indeed. I will get down to my talk, which I think is interestingly a kind of a sequel to what Tabish spoke about today, why literature matters today. Mine is titled maybe a little more provocatively, Literature as Sin. The Weed by the Punjabi writer Amrita Pritam is the most mind-blowing short story that I've ever read. The 3-page story is told by an educated urban woman, an adult of unknown age, and consists almost entirely of a series of conversation between her and her maid Anguri, a young, illiterate rural woman, over a couple of days. The narrator describes Anguri in seductive language that says much about the young woman's appeal, and perhaps also something about the narrator's own immersion into it. I quote, "They say a woman's body is like a lump of dough. Some women have the looseness of under-kneaded dough, while others have the clinging plasticity of leavened dough. Rarely does a woman have a body that can be equated to rightly kneaded dough, a baker's pride. Anguri's body belonged to this category, her rippling muscles impregnated with the metallic resilience of a coiled spring. I felt her face, arms, breasts, legs with my eyes, and experienced a profound languor." Anguri is married off to an elderly widower, Prabhati, I quote, "an old, short, loose-jawed, a man whose stature and angularity would be the death of Euclid. Thinking of him, a funny idea strikes the narrator. I quote, Anguri was the dough covered by Prabhati. He was her napkin, not her taster. It's an ominous thought in a narrative universe where little girls are promised to older men at the age of 6. In Anguri's village, it is widely believed that the girls who fall in love do so because they are fed a wild weed that the lovers smuggle from a faraway land, usually in sweets or pan. Why else would they go against their family's wish, flee their community with their lover? It was madness. The women who are fed the weed go crazy, refusing to comb their hair, sit awake at night, singing. Anguri also comes from a world where it's believed that it is a sin for women to read and write. I read, says the narrator. I must be sinning. Anguri has the answers ready. For city women, it's no sin. It is for village women. She says, even as they both laugh at the remark, the narrator does not try to reform or educate the young illiterate woman. She tells herself, if she found peace in her convictions, who was I to question them? The story ends with Anguri falling sick after a fashion. Suddenly she's silent and desolate, quiet in one place. Suddenly she says, teach me reading, Bibi. Teach me to write my name. Why do you want to write? Asks the narrator. To write letters. To whom? Anguri falls silent again.
Won't you be sinning? The narrator asks again. Anguri does not answer. That afternoon, the narrator finds her sitting in desolation, singing, and singing the same song her friend used to sing after she was fed the weed. The narrator's attempts at conversation reveals that Anguri hasn't cooked or eaten for 3 days, not has even had tea. Why not even tea? Ram Tara, says Anguri, and the narrator realizes that Ram Tara, the night watchman, fetches the milk for her with which she makes tea. In a flash, the narrator remembers Ram Tara, good-looking, quick-limbed, full of jokes. He has a way of talking with smiles trembling faintly at the corner of his lips. Anguri, asks the narrator, could it be the weed? Anguri says nothing, but tears keep flooding to the corners of her mouth. Curse on me, she started in a voice trembling with tears. I never took sweets from him, not even a betel. But tea, she could not finish. Her words were drowned in a fast stream of tears. And that's where the story ends. This magical story puts the refusal of individual agency at the heart of one's sense of the self. Anguri often reminds me of the Santal in the historical accounts of the subaltern historiographers, especially when the Santal declares that his fight against the British will not really be fought by him, but by his god, Thakur. If modernity inheres in the belief that one is capable of real action, the Santal subjectivity, that is even the right name for it, is of a radical denial of that modernity. Anguri's is much the same. The very possibility of falling in love with someone, of owning the agency to do that, lies far outside the pale of her belief. One can only fall in love only under the toxic influence of the wild weed. To her, it is only an absurd idea. Suddenly, it becomes an experience when she feels her own desire for Ramtara, the night watchman. It is a desire that makes no sense to her, except through the only possible explanation that Ramtara, whom she misses achingly, must have fed her the weed. And yet, it is all bewildering to her, since she took nothing from him but tea, no sweets or pan. For Anguri, then, falling in love is both an impossibility and a violation, one made possible only by a force outside her. There is also another thing that's a violation for a woman like her, reading and writing. Or at any rate for her as a village woman. Her educated mistress spends most of her day reading and writing. To Anguri, that's fine for a city woman, but not for herself. That is, not till she has committed the other violation, that of falling in love. Is it or is it not the weed? Does she really believe it? It is a moment like the end of Mahashweta Devi's story, Arjun, which leaves us with the confusion whether Ketu Shabar, the tribal protagonist, really was visited by his god in his dream and was forbidden by him to cut down the Arjun tree against the will of the corrupt politician who holds power over him, or whether or not Ketu believes in that visitation, or he's simply pulling a fast one. I suspect that Anguri knows that she has fallen in love. That is, she knows that she is responsible for her emotion, not the weed. I say this because when she is swallowed by this emotion, she wants to learn to read and write. To learn to write her own name, to commit the other great sin, and to etch her own self, its very name. For the first time in her life, she is eager to assume personhood. She is ready to commit sin because in her heart of hearts, she knows that she already has. If the weed ends with this aspiration for modernity in the form of a private agency, the story's wild appeal lies in its depiction of the non-modern. The weed, as well as of the community that believes in it, is a savage force of the non-modern that is in this story no mere metaphor but a reality. But at the very core of this non-modernity is Anguri's refusal of agency. Her fear of it, her refusal to be responsible for the emotion for which the modern subject assumes responsibility most passionately, romantic love. I'm calling today for literature to reassess its relation with modernity. Or if we define literature for what it truly is, its very embeddedness in that modernity. The material reality of literature as a written and printed art form embodied through language we all know did not exist, at least in Western culture, before the widespread of print media and the rise of a large middle class with the means, leisure, and literacy to sit and read in private. Even more important is the fact that the very spirit of literature as we know it today, with its preoccupation of authorial subjectivity, artistic interiority, creative originality, and with its relationship with realism and verisimilitude, was impossible to imagine before the European Enlightenment of the 18th century. This, we now know, is true of European culture as well as the non-Western cultures that came under the purview of this modernity through the global spread of colonialism. The most direct impact of this modernity in literature, as we know, is to be found in the rise and development of the novel and prose fiction, and specifically of the narrative mode of realism. Realism is in tune with the disenchanted, secular rationality unveiled by the Enlightenment and becomes the natural worldview of the emergent middle class, the bourgeois reality principle, as Franco Moretti has called it. Today, I feel restless with this modernity. The modernity within which both the idea and practice of literature is still embedded for the most part. It is not a restlessness with narrative realism. The weed is rooted in a quotidian realism throughout. Realism, as Amit Chaudhary has argued, can be read as a hegemonic and perhaps suspicious worldview only within the context of European Enlightenment. It simply does not have the same uneasy location within Indian culture, where the classical epics, as well as other genres of music and performance, have had deep organic relations with the real. Mine is a restlessness, not with realism per se, but with the larger worldview that gave rise to realism in modern Western culture. I have written a book celebrating literature's embeddedness in what I felt was the most distinctive aesthetic legacy of Western modernity. This was modern literature's preoccupation with the banal, of stories about marks on the wall and entire novels about men and women walking along city streets. The prose of the world, as in the title of the book, might be disdained by Hegel as the trivial stories of daily life, but that was, I argued, the most defining characteristic of literature since Enlightenment and Romanticism, and in a more radical way with the broken interiority of modernism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. I'm not calling for literature to break from the ordinary and the quotidian. That would break my heart. Again, the Pritham story is nothing if not quotidian. Nothing happens there except in the course of routine domestic life. Action there is nothing but a series of conversations between two women. But I feel myself growing skeptical of the worldview that understands realism as the bourgeois reality principle, as for instance Franco Moretti has defined it. Useful, efficiency, comfort, serious, influence, and earnest. These are the words that Moretti finds recurrent in his study of bourgeois realism in his heyday, the novelistic culture of Victorian Britain. Hence, in his recent book, The Bourgeoisie, his own epigrammatic phrases such as fortune rationalized, the style of the useful, a life in the world, and even sometimes just one word, comfort. My restlessness is with the staid, stolid culture of modernity that was the cradle of literature as we understand it today. The non-modern elements that got lost or subdued in the transition to modernity, the religious, the ritualistic, the communal, and the performative, these were fascinating things, morally and politically, no less than aesthetically, and their depletion is a profound loss. The very emergence of literature as a legible epistemological category is inseparable from this loss, rather paradoxically so. The power of the weed lies in the modern bourgeois subject's searing encounter with the non-modern. This encounter does not translate into form, which stays true to the real depiction of quotidian life, that is the worldview of bourgeois modernity. But here is a disruptive appearance of the religious, the ritualistic, and the communal, if ever there was one, of all that is irrational and regressive to the progressive value system of the urban educated narrator. That she does not even try to reform the non-modern here is her great beauty, and that of the story. It is foolish and usually dangerous to recommend a specific pathway, any pathway for literature. Worse still is the suggestion that writers write in a certain way, but it seems important to say this today. One of the most vital things literature can do at this moment is to disrupt its embeddedness in modernity. Find its closest connections with the non-modern, whatever and wherever such connections may lie. The possibilities are endless. The celebration of the provincial, its espousal over the cosmopolitan, the disruption of bourgeois rationality, the betrayal of individualism, privacy, and originality. In sum, the very displacement of the notion of literature itself. Elsewhere, I have called for literary thought and practice to abandon their attachment to the idea of the cosmopolitan and celebrate their rootedness in the provincial. Because great art is always provincial. Let's not even temper that with the softer, politically neutered word regional. Cosmopolitan, much like the glossy magazine that carries its name and the shiny airplane lounges it adorns, has dominated well-meaning conversations about culture for as long as we can remember, wearing ambassadorial goodwill and gaining academic momentum. The idea of the cosmopolitan is the necessary corollary of modernity and the globalization of capitalism this modernity brings forth. This might be a particularly ominous thing to say in the wake of Brexit and Donald Trump, but I'd insist on it nonetheless, that the celebration of cosmopolitan artistic practice is a curious transfer of values in terms of rhetoric, a pathetic fallacy. Cosmopolitanism is what we expect of the sensibility that engages with the art object, the reader, viewer, listener. It is the magical sylph-like spirit that can contain multiple aliennesses at the same time. There exists no particular burden on the work of art that it be cosmopolitan. Human, perhaps, but not cosmopolitan in any sense of the term. Its artistic power hangs on its ability to embed itself as deeply as it can within its cultural milieu, not leave it behind in gay abandon and adorn the moving vacuum space of transnational flights. Asking a work of art to be cosmopolitan is essentially the same as asking it to be moral. For cosmopolitanism is the goodwill of the nations, the moral impulse of its embassies. In a world where embassies often sponsor the dissemination, indeed the creation of artwork rapidly commandeered by global capitalism, culture that can lay the curious claim to cosmopolitanism has, behind it, the fatally effective combination of national goodwill and global marketability joined together. The version of cosmopolitanism that circulates in the realm of culture today is essentially a creation of Western modernity. But Joyce's Dublin, D.H. Lawrence's Nottingham Mining County, William Faulkner's Rural American South, their celebration in literary modernism mocks the very cosmopolitan aspirations with which the movement is overwhelmingly identified. Modernism's seductive import of provincialism to the metropolis has deepened the delusion. The organic and visceral power of the provincial has fallen farther and further out of artistic and intellectual memory. A celebration of the provincial in artistic thought and practice would disrupt the inexorable legacy of modernity, bring to the service the subliminal and perhaps not so subliminal impulses of aesthetic modernism. The betrayal of reason as a legacy of the modern is a tricky thing, and yet, as Preetham's story demonstrates, such a betrayal is a powerful aesthetic and political event. It is tricky because reason, like realism, has had its own troubled history within the metropolitan West, that bared by post-structuralist philosophers like Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida, and by thinkers of the Frankfurt School. It is only too easy to export this internal unease outside the limits of the metropolitan West and name non-Western cultures and narrative traditions as naturally irrational. That has been a new rebranding of Orientalism. It becomes hard to tell whether the magic realist, fabulist, and mythical worldviews are part of the natural fabric of a culture, or merely the import of the very portable philosophies of post-structuralism to newer soil. But the crisis of reason has also been a rich predicament for historians of the subaltern school. most memorably in their encounter with tribal or indigenous narratives. The tribal who refuses agency and claims that his God will fight the British for him is not unlike Pritham's Anguri, who is terrified at the thought of assuming agency in love. History cannot ascribe agency to the supernatural, and hence it stops right there. That is not a problem with literature at all. The explosive appeal of the weed or a story like Mahashata Devi's Arjun comes from the very rational indeterminacy of the situation, in effect of its frustration of modernity. The celebration of poetic language over history writing by Ranajit Guha, the founding father of the subaltern school, is clearly rooted in poetry's freedom from the strictures of modernity. The disruption of the modern is one of the places where a political utopia finds articulation only in the poetic. The Bildungsroman, it is sometimes said, is not only the individual's trek towards adulthood, but also an allegory of the nation's aspiration for modernity. It may very well be the case. It has always reminded me of a fateful conversation I once had with the American novelist Fei Meng Niang, where she had told me, the first 5 years is all you need. The first 5 years, she had argued, is the material for a lifetime of fiction writing. In spite of having spent 17 years in North America, I have repeatedly returned to the city and especially to the neighborhoods of my childhood, Calcutta, where most of my fiction, barring maybe a couple of stories, are set. I've never been accused of the romantic nostalgia of the diasporic writer, not only because there's nothing diasporic in my writing, but also because the Calcutta I've written about can hardly be called the subject of either romance or nostalgia. If both my novels have drawn on the stalled modernity of Calcutta as their backdrop, it is because this stalling has created an intense, atmospheric kind of decay with sensual contours that are painful, indelible, and utterly unforgettable. Why the first 5, or 10, or perhaps 15 at the most? Before adulthood at any rate? Because I now realize that is the period when one forms a relation with place that is non-intellectual, or at least predominantly so, raw and visceral, full of primal joys and terrors, sensual memories, absurd connections made on the basis of daily habits and bodily experience of a person. Before Bildung socializes one into modernity, the bourgeois modernity of the abstract intellect, of cosmopolitan aspirations. But the escape from personal modernity does not easily translate into the same in the fiction one writes. The universe of my first novel, Silverfish, was the universe of modernity, quotidian life, the deadening impact of bureaucracy, the pulsating banality of modern cities. Even the longings of the past were contained within the aspiration for the modern, the memoirs of a 19th century widow whose Bildung paralleled the Bengal Renaissance, that great force of colonial modernity. But it's in my second novel, The Firebird, that I feel I found my voice as a novelist. I've been deeply moved by people's response to it, and perhaps there is much that can explain the response, but one thing has been particularly gratifying for me. As the responses came, I realized that The Firebird sought to sought to capture the wilderness of the non-modern in the composure of prose fiction. The milieu, as before, was the stalled modernity of late 20th century Calcutta, and the aesthetically intoxicating decay set in motion by that stalling. But the real force in the novel, I now feel, is that of the non-modern. It comes through the primal terrors of childhood, the obsession with blood kinship and its transgression, and a persisting engagement with the spectacle of death. Most importantly, the novel seeks to capture the ritual and energy of performance, which long predates the modern category of literature. It is a novel about a young boy's destructive obsession with his mother's life as a theater actress. It explores some very fundamental questions. What does it mean to see a loved one on stage? A loved one dying, romancing a stranger, leading an everyday life where the person in the audience has no role to play? What impact might this experience have on personal and social relationships and on the social image of the actor? consumed by a hatred of the stage, the boy protagonist is drawn into a pattern of behavior that can only have catastrophic consequences. The failure to distinguish between art and life that unleashes deadly consequences in this novel also stalls the Bildung of the protagonist, his growth into modernity, as it were. If the Bildungsroman is the exemplary genre of modernity, the Firebird, as some have called it, is an anti-Bildungsroman. The project of Western modernity that had a robust, confident run since the Enlightenment had its first catastrophic crisis in the Holocaust. It led to a profound questioning of modernity, most notably by the philosophers of the Frankfurt School. Suddenly, progress and reason and its corporeal body, technology, did not feel like such a good thing. Was the Holocaust the logical conclusion of the Enlightenment? Such were the questions being asked. Historical comparisons are always risky and often unfruitful. And yet one cannot but think of 2016 as a watershed year. After Brexit and the election of Donald Trump, and most recently, the way he has been exercising his executive powers, one cannot help but feel the gloom for the future of neoliberalism, the post-World War II embodiment of modernity, progress, and globalism. The smooth pathway that seemed to run from liberal to neoliberal now lies in ruins. Irrevocably so with Hillary Clinton's defeat in the US elections. With distressing insight, Naomi Klein has blamed it all on the Clintons' embrace of neoliberalism, what she calls the rise of the Davos class. And disturbingly embodied in Amal and George Clooney's extravagant fundraising dinner for the Clinton campaign, one that set back couples by $353,000 a ticket, featuring Jane Fonda and Ellen DeGeneres on the guest list, and prawn risotto on the menu, showcasing neoliberal braggadocio at its most flamboyant. As I speak, Trump's team is working on the plan to dissolve the National Endowment for the Arts and National Endowment for the Humanities and cut funding for public broadcasting. I think it's okay to admit that what we have here is a profound crisis of liberal, globalist modernity that has for many been reminiscent of early 20th century Europe. It is not coincidental that a president who uses Twitter as his bully pulpit hates mainstream media with his gut and is not friend to the celebrated outlets of print journalism in the country, including iconic ones such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. The feeling is mutual. I think it's okay to admit that he is a president who doesn't read, willed into power mostly by people who don't. Much has been made of President Obama's deep and wide reading habits, especially of literary fiction. It's all part of the devastating nostalgia for a better world. As with nostalgia, they are misplaced, but that's a different story. For the crisis in literature in the public sphere today is essentially the crisis of literary modernity. A ranting, tweeting president at the helm of the so-called free world feels like a fitting climax to a longer trajectory of erosion of the liberal, progressive, modern values held dear by the global bourgeoisie. More immediately, it also marks a longer arc of erosion of the social, psychological, aesthetic, and material conditions within which literature came to form an essential experience and institution of modernity. I call for the reassessment of literature's embeddedness in modernity for a very different set of reasons. It was my own restlessness with the worldview of bourgeois modernity. It was a huge aesthetic loss, if indeed the aesthetic can be used at all as a category to describe the non-modern sensibility. To have the religious, the irrational, the communal, and the performative subdued or domesticated to shape the modern space in which the literary begins to emerge. At the same time, we need to recognize that the great period of print modernity that encased the existing idea of literature is facing a profound crisis. A crisis not necessarily in a negative sense, but at least in a profound transformative one. Our reassessment of the categorical modernity of literature must take place in this light. At a time like this, the invocation of the non-modern is at once essential and the best possible course of action within the literary culture of New India. The best way in which literature can enact this activism is by embodying the rhythms and patterns of art forms that predate the modern, those that appear far less affected by its current crisis than the culture of writing and reading has been. I am imagining literature that is more musical, more rhythmic, more visual, more theatrical, more performative. Poetry for several decades, the neglected stepchild to the mainstream publisher, has renewed its vibrant micro-lives across Indian cities through a culture of performance, be it cafes and galleries, or in informal social collectives, and now even on YouTube channels. Poetry, vibrant long before modernity, was communal, religious, ritualistic, and performative before it became a new art form in print and the culture of private reading. Even as we continue to delight in the modern genre of written poetry, it is heartening to see poetry reclaim its old pre-modern life, which is also its new postmodern one. It is prose, and especially prose fiction, for whom the challenge to disrupt or transcend modernity is the greatest. Prose fiction, particularly which hinges on the invented story to be read in private, is the special child of Enlightenment modernity. The material body of this genre faces a crisis today, in that neither print nor the culture of reading is what it used to be. But this inventive soul is also in crisis as aesthetic value gets increasingly overpowered by the sociological. People reading novels because of the sociological importance of their themes and not because how such themes are treated. At the same time, the expanding appetite for the creative reworking of mythical stories indicate an affinity with pre-modern audiences who had no expectation of the original story but looked for retellings of stories shared by the collective memory of the community. Prose fiction's disruption of modernity is, in many ways, a disruption of its own origin. It has been done before by the fictions of literary modernism, a movement that is as much a continuation as a crisis of Enlightenment modernity. Personally, I'm keenest on prose fiction that pushes to the limit its own literariness, its containment in the abstract artifice of language, its capacity to be anthropological, its embeddedness in secular reason. I imagine fiction that is variously performative, musical, rhythmic, visual. Fiction that confronts the bourgeois subject with profound alienness, as in The Weed, literature that commits sin. Because it is sinister for the modern practice.
Thank you so much, sir, for this interesting talk. Out of more than 300 papers received for this conference, choosing 3 best papers was a Herculean task. On the jury were Dr. Tabish Khair and Professor Janet Wilson. I now request Professor Janet Wilson to announce and present the certificates for the best papers.
Dear conference goers and colleagues and invited guests, it's my great pleasure to award these certificates. I'm sure you'll all agree with me, it's been a wonderful conference and there's been some extraordinarily good papers and some wonderful keynotes as well. But of the papers that were given, the jury has decided to award a certificate to Samrita De Mondal, Salboni Government College, Kolkata, if she's here. Ah, good. My pleasure. Her paper was entitled Ramayana and the Post-Millennial Mythological Fictions of India. Congratulations. Come here. Ma'am, just give it to her again for the photograph. Oh. Face, that's it. And a trophy also, ma'am. Trophy also goes to her. Please give a round of applause to her. Congratulations. And the second, I mean, this is in no special order. The next Best Paper Award certificate is to Dr. Kamila Junik-Luniuska from Jagiellonian University in Poland. And if she's here, I'm happy to present it. No, she's not here. Thank you. The third Best Paper Award certificate is to Professor Reena Mitra from Amity University in Lucknow. Is she here? for her paper on Rohinton Mysteries, Such a Long Journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors. I now humbly request Dean Humanities and Convener, Dr. Vijaya Sethi, for the vote of thanks.
Our most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. Well, I'm totally left speechless and overwhelmed by the amazing 2 days we all witnessed here at Shri Ram Swaroop Memorial University. It has been a beautiful journey through incredible India with esteemed guests from India and different corners of the world. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to put on record our sincere thanks to all the speakers, especially our guests visiting from foreign universities, who in spite of the busy schedule and engagements have honored us with their presence and also shared with us the invaluable thoughts and feelings about India. The university, the management, faculty, and students are grateful to all of you for your presence amidst us and also enriching us with your profound knowledge. But all this could not have been possible without the blessings of many, from which I would like to mention a few. We would all have been deprived of your presence if you had not got the green signal from our Chancellor, Sir, Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, and Pro-Chancellor, Mrs. Pooja Agarwal. They showed us the beacon for this sojourn, which has finally culminated today. Our Vice-Chancellor, Sir, Professor A.K. Singh, whose maturity and experience guided and supported us from day one. Our Director, Professor B.M. Dikshit, who fully supported, advised us at various stages, who always found all the solutions to all the problems which came our way. Our Registrar, Sir, Dr. V.K. Singh, who rendered all help and support for making it happen on ground. Our administrative team, led by Mr. Munish Malhotra, who gave us all the logistic support for this conference to materialize. The various committee members, be it hospitality, decoration, technical, from all the faculty across the university who held our hands and happily and efficiently went about the duties for the smooth functioning of the conference. Our students for their help in the preparation and culmination of this knowledge festival. The Director Institute of Media Studies, Mr. Chandra Mahadev, and his team of faculty and students for capturing these invaluable moments with the who's who of the world of literature, if I may say so. The faculty members and staff of humanities and social sciences who worked tirelessly from day one, whether be it for the publicity of the conference, compiling, sorting of the papers, or communicating with the participants. And the last but not least, I want to thank Dr. Om Dwivedi for the very inception of this conference. It was his thought, idea, and international interaction which gave all of us an opportunity to meet all of you. The time being at premium, I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. But I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart on accepting our invitation and honoring us with your presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. At the end, I would like to say, as it is said, a journey of million miles begins with a single step. This is just the beginning of a long academic journey. Hoping to meeting you soon in another such mega literary event sometime soon. Thank you and have a great evening ahead. I now request all the dignitaries to join us for a cup of tea. But before that, can we have a photo session, please, with all the dignitaries?